Okay, we are ready to begin the planning board meeting, starting with the preliminary matters and adoption of the resolutions. Can I get a motion on the adoption of the resolutions?
Move approval for Wheaton Gateway Sketch Plan and Fawcett Farms Administrative Subdivision.
And I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Those are approved. Can I get a motion to approve the minutes of June 16th and June 23rd, the open session for June 16th, and the open and closed for June 23rd?
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Those are approved. How about the Montgomery Industrial Park Site Plan Amendment request to reopen the record for limited purpose of admitting correspondence? Because I think the department received some correspondence that was not considered as part of the planning board's review of this application. So we're looking to reopen the record to admit that correspondence and hold a hearing on that application to consider whether it changes our views in the next week or two. Can I get a motion on that?
Yeah, I would move to actually to schedule it so that we could have a hearing to determine and consider that letter, the comments by public, because my recollection is that on that matter we did not, we didn't have much of a discussion about it. So I think we should have consideration of the community correspondence and then revote, I think, on the matter.
Okay, so I'm going to take that as a motion to reopen the record to include that correspondence and notice a hearing on the application to consider what implications it has, if any, before the end of July.
Chair
Second.
says she's second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That is approved. Record plats. Can I get a motion to approve the record plats?
Move approval for subdivision plat for Wildwood Manor, subdivision plat for Bradley Hills, and subdivision plat for Martoma Church of Greater Washington.
And I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? That is approved. We now turn to the park director's report, and I don't think that Ms. Patterson is with us. I think the park director was prepared to follow up on her question for some information about cemeteries on parkland, but since she's not here, I think we'll defer that discussion. Mr. Riley, what else do you have for us today?
Good morning, Mike Riley, Director of Parks. I just have one item, but it's one item I'm very excited about. I've just asked my two newest members of my senior leadership team, the Parks senior leadership team, to come up to the table. One very familiar face and one new face for you that I will ask Gary to introduce in a moment. But as you know, we had two key departures in the last year of our Parks leadership team, and John Nissel, Deputy Director of Operations, went on to become the county manager for Jefferson County, West Virginia, and then Jim Poor, longstanding chief of our facilities management division, rode off into the sunset into retirement after a great career with the Parks Department. So the Director's Office of the Parks Department is trying to be a leader in filling our vacancies with high-quality candidates as soon as we can. As you know, it's very challenging for us and all employers right now to recruit, retain, and attract great and talented people. So I'm really thrilled that with filling these two key positions that my Parks leadership team right now is full. And now we just need to work on the park maintenance workers on up and the rest of the crew, which we're working really hard. But let me start by introducing the familiar face, Gary Burnett, who you know well, been with us for a while, but that's a very short period of time compared to his illustrious career with the Maryland Park Service, where he had many different roles until he retired and came with us and worked in the northern operations and southern parks operations. And Gary just brings a wealth of experience at all levels of management and operations, and he was able to step into this role absolutely seamlessly. Has it been a couple months now, Gary? I think we're coming up on a couple months, so I just can't be more happy to have such an experienced and talented person in that important role. And just a reminder of the two, the way we chop up the Parks Department between administration and operations. Gary has 5 divisions. He has Huffy, horticulture, forestry, and environmental education, which we call Huffy. He has the enterprise division, the self-sustaining division that generates its own revenue, northern parks, southern parks, and of course facilities management. And that's a great segue that I'll turn it over to Gary to introduce our new division chief for the facilities management division.
Thank you very much, Mike. Gary Burnett, Deputy Director for Montgomery Parks now. So what I'd like to do is I have the definite pleasure to introduce Kenny Black, who's our new Facilities Manager. And when I talk about very extensive and illustrious careers, this is definitely a person who has that. It shows the quality of the talent of the people we can and do attract here in Montgomery Parks. And Kenny has 38+ years of experience with the federal government. He is a retired naval veteran. He worked for the National Park Service for 17 years, worked his way through several different parks, ended in the Washington office, which is the main office there, and most notably was led the development and successful implementation of the park assessment management plans. And that was basically reevaluating all the parks and going back through and looking at the deferred maintenance and the issues that they were having throughout the entire Park Service, and this man was in charge of all of that. From there, he went to join the Smithsonian Institute, started as a manager for a particular museum, ended up being a zone leader, and is recently retired as the Central Maintenance Division Associate Director, which is, just outstanding. He was in charge of 400 buildings, including 14 museums. He definitely has the experience to handle our facilities maintenance, which is what he's going to be charged with. I think that having someone this talented from the federal government is really going to help us move forward in our facilities, and we greatly appreciate to have him here. So that's my introduction. Anything?
So, Mr. Burnett, I'm thrilled to have you on as permanently in that position. It's very exciting. And Mr. Black, welcome to the commission as someone who retired and came back to work. I think none of us can really stay idle for too long. So we look forward to working with you. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here. I'm looking forward to the challenge.
I'd like to welcome you both as well, so thank you.
Welcome. Thank you.
I'm just excited and relieved to have you here. It's a big job. It's a really important job. And I hope and expect you'll find that, I think a lot of people who worked at institutions with the kind of, name brand that you come from, maybe think like local government is going to be easier, more straightforward. I'd like to think we're going to keep you entertained and busy, and that you'll find that this is a task that's really worthy of your talents and experience. So good luck with it, and we're really glad to have you.
Glad to be here. Thank you.
If I can just add, facilities management, they do carry a lot of roles, but one of the things I find most impressive is the craftsmen and tradespeople are some of the best in the region, and they can function as a general contractor as if needed. They can build very substantial projects in-house with electricians and masons and carpenters and HVAC and heavy equipment and asphalt. And I could go on, and the quality of the work that has come out of that division over the decades is just outstanding. So I'm sure that Kenny will carry on that tradition.
Anything else, Mike?
No, that's all I have this morning.
Okay, if there are no other...
I just had one thing on my list to follow up with you on. I remember last time, or maybe it was a couple of sessions ago, we had discussed access to Brookside Gardens and increasing pedestrian safety and more opportunities, and as well as lighting particularly as we, and not that the holidays are around the corner, but the holidays are around the corner in the way we plan things. Do you have any updates on those two items?
I do. As a matter of fact, Deputy Director Burnett did lead a internal team to look at how that could potentially be implemented to have greater bike access into Brookside. I've been briefed. I have not briefed the chair yet, but that's the next step. They do have specific recommendations. They are not inexpensive, but that's my next step, is to brief the chair and decide what the next steps are.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, comments, complaints? Or as our soon-to-be retired general counsel say, personal attacks? No? Okay. With that, I think we can move to item 5, which is a different team's call, but probably most of the same people. All right, we're back to talk about the disposition of a lot on Nice Lane, which abuts the ICC, with Brenda Sandberg.
Good morning. As the chairman introduced, we're here to present a disposition of a property that is not needed for parkland. It is on Nice Lane. Here's the general vicinity of it. You can see that it's immediately adjacent to the ICC. It is a single-family lot. It's 1/3 of an acre. It was acquired back in 1981, along with a lot of other land that was acquired for use for the ICC. However, this lot was not transferred to SHA, at the time of the land transfers to the ICC, SHA did not need it and did not want it. It has never been parkland, even though it has been owned by the commission, and it has just been in a holding pattern since the transfer some time ago for the road. It is a bit of a maintenance and management burden for the operations side because since it's titled to the commission, occasionally park staff, operations staff are called out to mow the grass or to do something on the lot. So we reviewed the property with staff from across the agency. We recommended disposition. There was no parks benefit to keeping the property. We offered it again to SHA to make sure they didn't want it. We also offered it to the two single-family homes on either side of it to see if they wanted it. They were not interested. We then offered it to a local home builder for the appraised value of $160,000. That's a little lower than you might expect in this part of the county, but that's because there's a significant WSC water main that goes through this property that constrains where in the lot you can build a house. The receipts, the revenues from this sale will go into the new park acquisition PDF and be available for use for expenses and/or acquiring new parkland. Staff requests that the planning board approve Planning Board Resolution 22060 to go to the commission. One technical note, since the draft of the resolution was sent to you, Commissioner Rubin caught a legal correction in the citation for the authority that supports disposition. So what we're asking you to approve is Planning Board Resolution 22060 as sent to you with a minor edit to the legal citation in the Maryland Code.
And Commissioner Rubin holds the Francoise Carrier Chair in Advanced Typographical Error Studies, but she has another academic career ahead of her, I think. Could we get a motion to approve this if there's no discussion or questions?
Move approval with the adjustment in the resolution to forward with the full commission.
Yes.
Jerry Sushi, second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That is approved.
Thank you. We'll be at the full commission on the 20th of July.
Okay, we are now going to need to talk about some legal issues which concern an item we're going to hear later this afternoon. Could we get a motion to go into closed session for purposes of consulting with counsel to obtain legal advice on a forest conservation issue related to the Only Boys and Girls Club Community Park?
I move to go into closed session in accordance with General Provision Article 3-305B7 to consult with counsel.
And I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? That is approved. We'll see you all after our closed session. We are now ready for item 6, which is adoption of the updated mandatory referral guidelines with Matt Mills.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Matthew Mills from the Office of the General Counsel. I'm here today with the first update to the uniform standards for mandatory referrals, which are our internal guidelines on how to handle public projects. The guidelines have not been updated since January of 2008, so this was a pretty comprehensive undertaking. I started with some notes that I found from Commissioner Rubin's former life and went from there. And it has been a very involved process lasting several months. We have gotten, I have provided the drafts to SHA, MCPS, the Parks Department, pretty much anyone who would be involved at all for an opportunity for their review and feedback, as well as all of our internal leadership. And this, just for letting everyone know, this was posted as a public hearing today. It was put up at least either 10 days or 2 weeks ago, so everyone has had a chance. No one attempted to sign up or anything like that. So I'm asking today basically for your blessing to take these to the full commission at their next meeting for adoption, as that is what the land use article requires. So I know I sent these to you some time ago. So at this point, I will simply say that my goal in doing this was to make these guidelines clearer, more efficient, eliminate some redundancies and repetition, and I've cut them way down from what they used to be, and at this point I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Mills, I appreciate you, you're taking the ball from me and running with it, because you did a great job.
Thank you.
You addressed almost everything that I had was trying to accomplish with that. And I have actually 2 comments and one other question. The first is, one of the things that I did not see that I think might be helpful to there are a lot of public-private deals that occur, partnerships or others, and I find that on occasion, the review that is done for mandatory referral is kind of repetitive of the review that we're doing potentially for a sketch plan or a site plan. And I'm wondering if we could kind of eliminate some of that duplication by having a clear indication that concurrent review, if a project has a complementary regulatory review, so as not to, try to keep the process and the administration down a little bit, that it could be, in other words, have the mandatory referral encapsulated within the regulatory review as part of that program. And then the other issue was I would like to see a little bit more reference or clear reference to the planning department's website for the checklist and other specific legal requirements, because the idea, and I like the way that it's framed, which is very, giving guidance, but it's not just internally, it's guidance to the outside world and those who are presenting it, and to the public, that they'll have, and that way if there's changes to our specific requirements, it's easier to follow in that way, and we don't have to keep making those changes in multiple places. So if we can have a little bit clearer kind of referenced or a link, if you would, to the mandatory referral submission that would be, and requirements that come under IRC's instructions. And then finally, I recall that because there are mandatory referral requirements or review that is also done by the full commission. There's, under state law, there's certain circumstances where it requires the full commission to review. I think it's like federal projects, state projects, certain things that are specifically pointed out. So we might want to talk about what that process will be, because I know that several years ago, there was, and I believe you worked on this as well, with the Prince George's side of the commission adopted our, or their model for mandatory referral guidelines was taken from what we did in Montgomery County.
Absolutely, it was, yes.
Yeah, and so number one is whether you've coordinated, the question is whether you've coordinated, because I know that what we've drafted is very directed towards the Montgomery County kind of review, because obviously our organizational structure is different than in the Prince George's Planning Department. So
I had that same question when you said full commission, that we would have to get Prince George's
well, I think.
concurrence, yeah.
I
or
think what we
whatever,
don't have to get their
review.
concurrence, but I think what I'd like to see is make sure you've coordinated with them to see if they want to make similar changes. And then the other way to do it is somewhere in the guidelines to address when the state law requires full commission review, that perhaps we do it as a recommendation, similar to the way we do master plans, that because if the project itself is in one jurisdiction or the other, whether it's in Montgomery or Prince George's, that department would be doing the review, and then it would be referred as a recommendation for approval or, whatever, to the full commission so that we're complying with state law. So I'd like to see that addressed as well.
What if it was a bi-county project, like the interconnector was a?
I can tell you specific to this point, several years ago, the new, not the new, but the expansions of the FDA campus did go to the full commission. It went to both planning boards first, and then it went to the full commission. Not only because of the way the land use article reads, but because it was it might have been the only federal project in the history of the commission that was actually located in both counties. So it was a unique experience, and I herded all the cats for that one. But to your point, yes, absolutely, I can do that, and I can work with you to make sure that it is as clear as you would like it to be. To your other points, I think probably my immediate instinct on the website issue is to put something at the end, which basically says that there's a section on the planning department's website dedicated to mandatory referrals. I don't want to put specific links in there because they change, but I can definitely highlight that all of these documents can be, because it is in here, but it might be kind of buried. So I can certainly bring that out more. And I appreciate what you said about the public-private issue, because there is often confusion as to what happens most often if it's a piece of public land and a private party comes in and wants to do something with it. And that was something I kind of struggled with in terms of making clear exactly what had to happen. So I will take another look at that. But to your finer point, absolutely make clear that we do not want a duplicative process, that if you have a regulatory process that encompasses all the aspects of mandatory referral, that, that we will make it, we don't want you having to do the same thing twice. And so, I appreciate that feedback, and I can certainly work to make that clearer than it might be in this current version.
And Commissioner Rubin, Robert Cronenberg for the record, and I think Mr. Mills just hit on the last point on the duplicative nature. With a lot of the applications that we've seen in the past where we do see the mandatory referral being just a checkbox, so to speak, we have in the past filled out an application for the mandatory referral but included a paragraph in those applications that basically covers the same points that the finer points of a site plan or a sketch plan would cover. And if that needs to be clearer, we can work with Mr. Mills on that. There are some instances where we can do administrative type mandatory referrals. So they're not coming in the same manner that an application for a site or a sketch plan would be, such as disposition of of county land, and that's something I think that we can do on a administrative level, and we have done that administratively to kind of not go through the same extensive process that a traditional mandatory referral would do.
Yeah, what comes to mind, for example, is there was the project, I forget what it's called, but it's on Second Street where the post office, in Silver Spring, where the post office used to be. And the Postal Service said, well, we don't have to
Exactly.
come to mandatory referral. But the problem was that the developer who was acquiring that property and then developing it needed to provide assurances to their lender that they had complied with all, that all legal processes had been complied with. So in order to accommodate their needs for development, we had to kind of figure out how to do the mandatory referral, even though the post office had not submitted in order to allow them to give a clean zoning letter to
Right.
their lender. So, I just want to make sure that we're helping move these projects along without creating problems for the, for the for those applicants that are subject to regulatory review.
And I worked on that project, and I know this is one where we came up with a standard paragraph that basically said the mandatory referral criteria covers all of the same standards, findings that we, would traditionally review in the sketch and the site plan, or in that case, the project plan. So yes, I'm familiar with that. I'm familiar with some of the federal agencies that don't want to respond to us, or not in the way that I guess maybe we would like.
And
We have some people from the Park Service now working with parks, so that should help a bit.
one last point that you did mention about coordination with the Prince George's side. I was there 2012 or so when they adopted their guidelines, which were based entirely on the Montgomery guidelines, and I did make some adjustments to ours, to the Montgomery guidelines, based on their experience since then. So we do coordinate, but I know at the moment they're updating a lot of their stuff. And so we continue to talk to each other to not only make sure that we're on the same page, but also say, hey, this works better than that, or that kind of thing. So it works well.
Yeah, I think that'll come in handy when you bring this to the full commission for approval. Obviously, they're going to ask the same questions, so.
Yeah, no,
I appreciate it.
absolutely. Thank you.
Okay, are there other questions or comments? Do you want to make a motion?
Yeah, I'll move approval to recommend the guidelines to the full commission, if that's the way we have to go, and with the changes to be made, and with the expectation, we don't need to see them because we'll see them at the full commission, so, thank you.
And and in advance as well. I won't dump them on you that day, so.
Is there a second?
Second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That is approved, and we'll come back in just a minute for item 7, White Oak Apartments, sketch plan, preliminary plan, and site plan.
Thank you.
All right, we are ready for item 7, White Oak Apartments with Amy Lindsay.
Good morning. For the record, Amy Lindsay with Mid-County Planning. I'm here with the sketch, preliminary, and site plans for White Oak Apartments. That is numbers 3/2022-0050, 1/2022-0060, and 8/2022-0110. You're seeing all three of them together as this is part of the Speed to Market initiative. And what's that number again? 134 days. And this reached the planning board within 134 days. Now, we did have an advantage because it went through the rezoning process, so we had a head start on it, but we still think that that's a pretty fast time to market. With that, starting off with the recommendations, we recommend approval with conditions for all three plans. White Oak Apartments is located in the White Oak area. We have Route 29 just to the west of the site with the associated rapid transit bus running down it, which is an important component here. You'll see White Oak Town Center that you saw several months ago at the planning board to the lower left. The area is predominantly commercial slash light industrial at this point. We feel like this project is really an important step in the transformation of this area into more of a mixed use, hopefully eventually walkable community. I'd also like to point out Whitehorn Court to the north of the subject property, which will be important in our discussions as we go forward. Directly to the north and east, you see Dark Cars storage lots, and directly to the west is the Hilton Garden Inn. The site is 7.87 acres, and it is currently zoned CRF 1.25, C 0.25, R 1.25, with a height limit of 85 feet. It is in the 2014 White Oak Master Plan, and as you can see below, it went through the local map amendment, H141, in January of this year. The site is a constrained site because there is an intermittent stream feature in the lower left-hand corner of the site, which handles not only a lot of stormwater, right? So there are 2 or 3 storm drains that deposit water into this area, causing a lot of erosion, and then they exit out, all the water exits out of a culvert going under Broad Birch Drive. We don't see that stream daylight again for, I believe it's about a mile. However, there is groundwater involvement, so we did apply a stream valley buffer, and then there is approximately 0.35 acres of forest in that corner. You can also see some of the grade issues down at the lower southeastern corner. You can see that we are at a grade of 340 feet, and we rise fairly rapidly to a grade of 360 feet, about where the existing building is. So that also plays an important role in how this design went forward. Also, at the northeastern corner of the property, you'll see an area that is set aside as a dark cars connection, and that allows dark cars to move their cars between the storage lot to the east to the storage lot to the north. And that also played an important role in the design, as it was important for this to be maintained. And at that point, we're just at an elevation of 364. So the property definitely flattens out as you get to the top of that hill. This shows what the property looks like currently. You can see all of the satellite dishes there in front with the existing development behind them. In front, you see that hill, and slightly off-screen is the forested area. But that's what the current streetscape looks like. The proposed development includes 443,400 square feet of residential development, and that's divided into 359 units in the 5-story multifamily building and 28 units of 2/2 development in 2 buildings facing Broad Birch Drive. The property is being subdivided into 1 lot and 1 outlot. The outlot is for the purposes of maintaining the Darcars connection. I would like to point out that these are all rental units. So we're seeing 28 units of rental 2/2s here. And so that is a really important addition to the housing stock in this area. The site is generally organized with the 2/2 units facing Broad Birch Drive with a 5-story multifamily building behind. The 5-story multifamily building includes an internal parking garage. There is also some surface parking to the west of the building and a little bit of parallel spaces right between the 2/2 units and the 5-story multifamily building. There is a public open space that is directly adjacent to the environmental area, blending from the built to the natural environment. You also see at the bottom one of the really important aspects of this development plan, which is Road A, which will be a future connection to Whitehorn Court. You also see the outlot maintaining the connectivity for Darcars. This shows a massing diagram showing how the masses step down as you're headed towards Broad Birch Drive, presenting a real residential format along Broad Birch Drive with the higher development to the rear of the property. This shows what the current view looks like from Broad Birch Drive and what the view looks like with the proposed development. You can see Road A running up alongside the development. The 2/2 units have an enhanced side elevation, so they're not turning their back on that road, so that while that is the side of those buildings, it really does anchor that development and treats it as a road, not just an internal connection. See that there are external entrances directly onto Broad Birch Drive from the 2/2 units. And you can start to see how these 2/2 units take up a lot of that grade as they're moving forward. One thing that is not visible is that within the second set of 2/2 units, there's actually an internal elevation change of 5 feet as you move from the garage to the front of the unit. This shows the view of Road A, once again, the 2 buildings with the 5-story multifamily. You see that corner really enhanced and slightly raised so that the building meets the grade as we move along Road A. The building also has entrances directly to the units leading out onto the drive aisle between the 2/2 units and the multifamily building. Over to the left, you can see there's a 10-foot shared use path that runs alongside Road A. The circulation improvements include Road A, the 10-foot shared use path. Along Broad Birch Drive, we will have a new streetscape with a 10-foot sidewalk and a 14-foot tree panel, really starting that transformation to a pedestrian-friendly environment, as well as internal sidewalks that really connect the buildings to each other. There's even the pedestrian connection through the open space that provides, ADA compatibility. A hammerhead turnaround at the end of Road A for now, until the rest of it's able to be built. But we think that this provides an excellent pedestrian environment for the residents of this development as well as external visitors. So I just want to talk a bit about Road A and why this is such an important connection. So the current block that this is located in with the yellow star is 126 acres, and there are no through connections in this block. So there's a lot of pavement in this area, but it's not public roads. And what we're getting is a block that is broken up in the future with this connection. And so we understand that to complete this connection, we'll have to wait for future redevelopment, but this is an important first step. So it provides important pedestrian, bicycle connections, and a vehicular connection that do not currently exist in this block, at least not in a public way. These two blue things are both cul-de-sacs. So this is an important first step. It also complies with the master plan. This is a drawing out of the master plan, the 2014 White Oak Science Gateway Master Plan, where you see on the on this area, you see a red dotted line that is identified as a potential road. So we believe that this connection is important to meet the master plan as well as to provide connectivity. Additionally, right now we have almost 400 units with one exit onto the road. In the future, there will be two different ways to get out, which is important to have, multiple ways in and out of a community. The proposed development has a fairly robust open space and recreation plan. There's an internal courtyard, which I believe I misidentified as rooftop, but it is an internal courtyard. Within the building, there is a dog park located next to the adjacent property, which is, it's non-residential, so no one will be disturbed. We've got public open space, and then there's an environmental area which preserves the forest as well as maintains that hydrologic feature. A little more about the public open space. The public open space is designed as essentially a narrative feature with 4 or 5 separate areas. So starting down at Broad Birch Drive, we've got a seating area and stepping stones. You can see a little labyrinth there with a sculpture in the middle. Then moving further up the pathway, there's another area with boulders to climb on, and you can see a seating area and some steps, which are then echoed in the area above that. Moving further along the path is a toddler playground. And then finally, at the top, we've got a trellis with tables and chairs, and you can see an open lawn area in between these. So we've got passive areas, we've got active areas, and then, of course, we've got our natural area. So we think this provides a fair amount of variety and doesn't concentrate all of the features into one small location. And this is showing an illustrative view of the open space from the drive aisle. You see the red triangle shows you where that is. And this shows the covered area here with the seats and looking towards the 2/2 units and the 5-story multifamily apartment building. There was a preliminary FCP approved with H141. That forest conservation plan envisioned a Category 1 conservation easement over the existing forest to preserve that forest and the hydrologic feature. That's the combination of the storm drain and the stream. Unfortunately, the storm drain easement really needed to be maintained. And because we cannot over easement, this is a functional easement that needs to be maintained. Instead, the final forest conservation that is with the site plan and preliminary plan show that storm drain easement still there, but no forest being removed, as well as 0.08 forest that is not being removed, yet counted as cleared. 0.05 acres of supplemental planting that once again will not be an easement, but will be a transition from the open space to the natural area, with only 0.01 acres of forest cleared. We have received 2 correspondences with some community concerns. The first was addressed in the staff report, but because we did not receive the second until last night, we will be addressing that here as well. So the first concern was from the Greater Colesville Civic Association, and that has to do with the dedication and construction of Road A. And also questioned the LATIP credits available for the area. Our response is that not only was this identified in the master plan as a potential connection, but it also provides important connectivity. And the LATIP credits are part of a county executive program that are not a part of this approval. So that will be handled later with DOT. We also received communications from the Calverton Citizens Association. So there was some confusion over the units proposed. So I think it was the way we broke out the 359 units and the 28 2/2 units for a total of 387 units. The rezoning did allow for 400 units, so they are meeting that condition. The confusion over building heights allowed. So the zone does allow for building heights up to 85 feet. The applicant has proposed to develop with a maximum height of 75 feet. So we're meeting that condition as well. There was concern over the MPDU requirements. The fact that 12.5% is the minimum that is talked about in the master plan. However, as part of the rezoning, 15% were required, and the application is providing 15%, and we support that. The letter also indicated concern that not enough parking was being provided. So the minimum number of parking units required is 358. The maximum is 540 spaces allowed. This development is providing 522 spaces for 387 units. We believe that is plenty of parking, and it is located within walking distance of the Flash bus line on Route 29, as well as within walking distance of numerous employers, including a major healthcare facility. So we feel like that's plenty of parking. There were questions about the bicycle parking location. There is not a weather-protected location for the short-term bicycle parking. So that will be located near the entrance. However, all long-term parking is located in a secure location in the parking garage. And we think that meets the intent and requirements. They also voiced their support for Road A, and we agree. That is an important connection. The last concern had to do with an increase of traffic on Calverton Boulevard. So we feel that bringing housing into an area that is predominantly commercial and industrial within walking distance of the Flash bus line will actually reduce traffic in the long term, that mixing land uses and adding housing adjacent to transit reduces the reliance on automobiles. So we can't necessarily dictate where people drive to get into the community, but we believe that this is an excellent first step in creating less auto dependence. Finally, we do have a few changes to conditions. So the applicant has asked for the timing to be moved up so they can demolish the existing structure prior to record plat. So we have adjusted condition 18 with the preliminary plan. So there shall be no clearing or grading. So we added the except for demolition of existing development. With the site plan, we've adjusted the timing for the open space areas because we had originally set it at needing to be completed for the 2/2 residential units. However, that area is needed for staging for building the 5-story apartment building. So we've removed that timing. There was a miscalculation of the BLTs, so we've adjusted that. The applicant asked us to remove the weather-protected preferred from the standard bicycle condition because there isn't a location. Finally, we have adjusted condition I to 17BI to make certain that the tree save areas and all are inspected at time of demolition in addition to clearing and grading, if that's going to be separated. And we have removed 17J because they already did that. So with that, staff recommends approval with conditions of sketch plan 3/2022-0050, preliminary plan 1/2022-0060, and site plan number 8/2022-0110 with conditions.
I have one question for staff. Ms. Lindsay, okay, if you could go back, I'm sorry, to slide number 18 for a second.
Yes.
Okay, I just want to get clarification on the area that is being counted as cleared. Is that still going to be under an easement? Because even though it's counted as cleared, the reason I raise it is because the supplemental planting should be connected to the easement area, and although it's counted as cleared, I just want to make sure that it's going to be protected so that you have that so that you have the two areas combined, even though it may not, that you can't include it because of the storm drain. I just want to make sure, or the easement. I just want to make sure that you're going to have that connectivity between the forest that is remaining and the supplemental planting.
So the two areas are directly adjacent to each other. However, none of them will be under an easement because what we would have would be an easement that was slightly more than 1/10 of an acre. That, trying to see the difference between our easement and the storm drain easement. So they're not getting credit for any of this.
Well, I know, I'm just talking from a practical standpoint. Is there a way to assure that the forest area counting is cleared that is, that falls, it's kind of like a long triangle, between the retained planting and the supplemental planting? Is there a way to assure that that's going to remain, if at all possible, obviously, because if some construction needs to be done because of the easement, but I want to make sure that those two areas, the supplemental planting and the remaining, and the honeycomb green and the blue, I just want to see that they're going to be abutting each other, because there's that possibility that it could be removed, that area that is counted as cleared, and if it is in fact cleared, it creates kind of a weird retention.
Yes, it will be protected through both the forest conservation plan and the landscape plan, right? No limits of disturbance are permitted in that area.
Great, that addresses my question, thank you.
Thanks.
I have a follow-up question. You mentioned the demolition of the building.
Yes.
When that's done, in terms of that grading and any potential impact on this blue and green area, is that considered?
Yes, we will be reviewing the demolition. In fact, as part of the forest conservation plan that will be submitted with the certified site plan, there will be a sheet in there for the demolition. So that will be able to be approved, and that will have a limits of disturbance that show what can be disturbed.
So on an interim basis, till the building construction or this is going to be, the area be protected? The blue
That
and
is
green
correct,
areas, okay.
yes.
All right, thank you.
We have one speaker signed up in addition to the applicant team who may wish to hear from. First, Dan Wilhelm. And let's just take a 2-minute break while you're getting situated. So get comfortable. Okay, thanks for indulging me with that short break. Mr. Wilhelm, how are you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing fine. This is my first time here before the planning board in this facility. It's a nice facility. It's also, after 2 years of doing Zoom, it's good to see people in person. It's not the same thing. So anyway, greetings. The Greater Colesville supports the preliminary plan and site plans for the White Oak Apartments, the project, except for the staff proposal to include the public road, Road A, on the west side of the property. That proposal is contrary to other county decisions, and the road is not needed. Staff indicates it may be needed for a pedestrian connection and some distant future date if Dark Cars and Home Depot, which wasn't even mentioned today, properties are redeveloped. We don't envision those businesses vacating their properties. Even if they were redeveloped, we envision the entire existing lots will be needed for that redevelopment. And if land is taken for a new road, that the redevelopment alternatives would be very limited because the size is too small. If the goal is to provide improved pedestrian improvement, why not require a public sidewalk or a path rather than a road? More asphalt. It's like, why are we putting more asphalt in? The White Oak Science Gateway Master Plan does not call for a road, bikeway, or pedestrian path at this location. That connection is only found one place in the master plan, Figure 4. The title of that thing is illustration. In other words, it's not firm, and concept, which is also not firm. And then the label on the thing that says potential. None of the 3 items makes itself anywhere else in the master plan, where they actually list roads and pedestrian movements are not listed there. 2 years after the master plan was approved, DOT undertook in 2016 a comprehensive study of transportation needs in the area. The planning staff provided modeling support for that study. The improvements identified by that study effectively supersede the master plan. The road in question was not identified in that study. The council approved transportation improvements in what is called the Local Area Transportation Improvement Program. By the rules established by the council, only transportation improvements listed in the LITIP can be built using developer funds. The default LITIP approach is that the developer will pay the county, but the developer can build the roads and get credit. But if the developer builds this road, the way the rules are written, as I understand them, is they can't get credit for building the road. So therefore, I think I support the development, just not the public road. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Does the applicant want to say anything before we turn to the staff to address what Mr. Wilhelm just said, or any other comments or questions?
I would like to sort of introduce my team and say a few
Sure.
words, if that's okay.
Sure.
I'm Françoise Carrier with the law firm of Bregman, Burbert, Schwartz, and Gilday, and I'm appearing on behalf of my colleague Suli Cho, who would have loved to be here to present this wonderful application, but she is out of town. So I'd like to transmit her thanks, as well as the applicant's thanks, to the staff for a truly collaborative process. I heard a lot about it, and it really was a wonderful effort to bring something very valuable to this part of White Oak. It's the start, potentially, of something great. So I'm very pleased to be here to do that, to introduce the applicant. Applicant is represented in the room by Joshua Woolridge and Carl Alt. There are also several other members of the applicant team available virtually. And did you want to say a few words about NRP and the project, Josh?
Sure, I can. So Josh Woolridge with the NRP group, and I'd really like to cede most of my time just thanking the staff. It has been a really collaborative effort, and I think it's turned in, the result is a tremendous project. But as a county resident and a sort of top 5 national multifamily developer who is based here in Montgomery County, we're thrilled to be able to do a project in the White Oak area. It's something that we've been working on for a long time, and we're just thrilled for the opportunity. So that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Josh. Just to respond to Mr. Wilhelm's concerns, this Road A does have a sidewalk next to it. It has a shared use path. There's no, in the future, I would expect that if a road gets built through there, it will have a sidewalk. So, certainly access for pedestrians and bicyclists as well as cars. To my mind, this is nothing but a positive. It creates a possibility. And in the future, hopefully there will be other redevelopment, which I would add is made more likely by the existence of this project. This project is sort of the first big change, right? The first chink in that armor to start changing the character of this area. So it seems appropriate to just have this as a possibility. So whatever happens next, they can connect to a public road that will be ready for them. If wiser minds in the future see some other configuration that's better, it's not obligatory, but it's an important option. So the applicant supports all of the conditions. Let me not forget to say that the staff has recommended, including the one about that connection. And as for the effect on the LATIP, the council decides what you get credit for in the LATIP. So that's not really a planning board decision. The council makes that list of projects. Currently, this is not on that list, but that will be a matter for the council to take up. So that's really all that we have to say. Unless there are questions for us, we're happy to respond.
Questions or comments from the board?
Jerry says, question to the staff, is there more recent comments from MCDOT on this proposal? And again, if Dark Cars, the property to the east, was to be redeveloped as a possibility, would that roadway then be widened? They would also dedicate some right-of-way for that roadway?
So MCDOT has supported this, has supported Road A, and in fact is on the line to answer any questions that you might have about that. Yes, we would ask for increased dedication to make certain that right now we've got a full road except for pedestrian improvements on the east side. But if the desire ever came to have a wider road, we would ask for dedication beyond just what was needed for the pedestrian improvements.
If I may interject, it's my understanding that the dedication that this applicant is providing is enough to provide additional road surface. There would just need to be additional dedication for the sidewalk, and tree panel.
And then the little triangle that is a Dark Car connection, that is going to be an easement on this property, or not?
So that is an outlot, so that it can remain as a connection until we have redevelopment of those properties.
Okay, and then how would that be given up by Dark Car if that little corner, not necessarily the two Dark Car parking lots?
Well, because it's an outlot already.
Okay.
We would have to go through the dedication process in order to do that.
Good, thank you.
I had a couple of comments. I support the road connection. I mean, I grew up here. I'm very familiar with how, especially as development comes, basically you have to make a big round. Like you have to go all around just to get to certain sites, and you can see, particularly when you're coming out of the Home Depot, this is my Home Depot that I go to, you're constantly having to do that loop. And it's very dangerous because you start to see cars often zooming around and the sight lines are really bad. But what I'm excited about this is the effect that it could have on the other properties that are right next to it. I mean, I think the selling of the whole business of selling cars is changing. A lot of it is moving towards coming directly to your home and not really having these other sites where you're storing the vehicles for a variety of reasons. So I think that the next door property could change, and I think the State Farm property could also change. That was also developed at a time where there was more of a business park kind of model, and you would go in, and now that's also the way you get auto insurance has also dramatically changed. So I think this is a step in the right direction. And I just want to take some time to just commend the design for this project. I think it's exceptional. I think the prominent corner really creates a certain effect. And I know Director Wright has often emphasized the importance of having those kind of key structures. But I just really impressed by the thoughtfulness of the coloring, the design, even how you broke up the buildings. Instead of having one long building, you have it slightly indented, and then of course like the dark colors and the window placements. So just wanted to commend you. This is the kind of design we want to see. And I quickly went on your website and see that you do a lot of good work all over the country, and it's great that you're a local company based in Gaithersburg. So just wanted to commend you on a great design. But I support this project.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I mean, I think the connection is important because it's a huge area that's built around these giant cul-de-sacs, and including commercial properties like the car lots. And this is something that's discussed in Thrive in some detail, like the importance. It's not about traffic capacity in the sense of can you fit enough cars through an intersection. It's more about ensuring that the circulation through the neighborhood is safe, adequate, and efficient, as the subdivision regulations say. And so it's not so much that you couldn't handle the number of cars in the existing street network as you're providing more alternative connections through the properties. And that, I think, as Partha has pointed out, just increases options, which sort of discourage people from tearing around the neighborhood at high speed because they're frustrated because you can't get there from here and you need to go all the way around. And I think ultimately it will add value to both this property and whatever gets developed next to it, because it will encourage because you can't have a street presence without a street. And I think the way that the buildings are designed to, Amy had mentioned the side elevations, that there's been some attention to make sure that those present to the street in a way that creates a better experience for anybody who's passing through there. And even with no redevelopment, I think that this will effectively benefit the project as an internal street to provide access. So for all those reasons, I'd support the project as proposed by staff and the applicant. And with that, unless somebody else wants to say something, I might be good to have a motion.
Yeah,
Or three motions.
I
maybe.
agree with everything that my colleagues have indicated. I won't repeat it, but I think congratulations on a great project and a good start in that area of the county. So with that, I make a motion for approval of, let's see, we've got 3 items. We've got the sketch plan 3/2022-0050. I move approval.
And I'll second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That's approved.
Okay, and that obviously, the approval is as recommended by staff and with the condition changes as indicated. And I move approval in the same manner with preliminary plan 1/2022-0060.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
And then I move approval of site plan 8/2022-0110.
And I'll second.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? That is approved too. Thank you all for coming down.
Thank you
Good
very
luck
much,
with-
everybody.
Can't wait to see the groundbreaking and even better, the ribbon cutting. All righty, we're ready to consider item 8, which is a forest conservation plan amendment at the Only Boys and Girls Club and Only with, who we got from staff, Michael? Mr. Sharp. How are you doing?
Doing well, thank you. So my name is Mike Sharp. I'm a forest conservation inspector with the Planning Department, and I'm here to introduce the Forest Conservation Plan Amendment SC 2021023, which is in response to a violation of a forest conservation law, violation of forest conservation law at the Only Boys and Girls Club. The subject property is located in Only, Maryland, under the master plan, the Only master plan, zoned formerly RDT, now the Agricultural Reserve. It is a 118.18 acre property in the watershed of the Patuxent River and with the Hollings River tributary. It's located at 4501 Only Laytonsville Road, which is about 1.75 miles northwest of Route 108 and Georgia Avenue. This property was originally the Brook Farm. It was subdivided into 5 lots by preliminary plan 119900410 back in May 1994. Originally 4 residential lots and 1 agricultural preservation lot. The ag lot was exempt from Chapter 22A Forest Conservation Law at the time of subdivision. Only Boys and Girls Club bought the property of Lot 5 in 1999 and proposed to build a private recreational park, which required special exception, and that special exception triggered 22A Forest Conservation Law. So they applied for a special exception with the Board of Appeals, and Plan S2385 was approved on May 12th, 2000. So this is a plan that's in response to a violation. Briefly, the enforcement history. In October 2019, aerial photographs revealed the presence of what appeared to be structures, a number of structures in the conservation easement on the subject property. Further investigation discovered that a Field of Screams fundraising venue had been set up in the conservation easement. And briefly, further investigation revealed that this had been going on since about 2002, undiscovered, when the Only Boys and Girls Club requested a one-time event approval to host a fundraising event. That was approved, subject to the condition that they clean up well. In 2003, they requested a 5-year extension on that approval to run the event, and we found no evidence that that request was ever approved. So in November, a notice of violation was issued to the executive director of the Only Boys and Girls Club, and subsequently a corrective action order was issued in January of 2020, offering 2 options: to either remove the structures and restore the easement to natural conditions, or to amend the forest conservation plan. The club chose to pursue a plan amendment in January of 2020. So currently, in the forest conservation easement, there are about 32 structures. These are primarily wooden structures. There is an extensive natural surface trail network, as well as some boardwalks. The Field of Scream event is run annually, beginning in mid-September, runs to early November, nights and weekends. And there's usually about 22 events run annually. Seasonally, they set up temporarily electrical service out to the different structures, pneumatic systems, other props that are above grade and removed at the conclusion of the season. So as they say, a picture is worth 1,000 words. Some typical structures and boardwalks within the environmental buffers. This would be an example down within the stream valley buffer of some of the natural surface trail, as well as a boardwalk leading to a couple. You can see 3 structures in the image. And perhaps the largest structure within the forest conservation easement is a trail crossing that features a bridge that's built out of wood and natural slab fencing. Another image of the boardwalk along what is known as Trail Number 1, which goes through the wetland area. This would be an approach to that trail crossing referenced earlier where there's a bridge over top one of the trails. This is a boardwalk and some stairs on the slope approaching that bridge crossing. So there are some significant easement violations to be resolved that is proposed by this amendment. Excuse me. And, the goals of this proposed amendment were, number one, to preserve as much of the existing natural conditions as possible while potentially allowing the fundraising events to continue. Secondly, to limit the mitigation requirements by isolating structures rather than excising an entire block of the easement from protections. So they sought to adjust the easement boundary to allow for maintenance access roads. Their stormwater management system force an access road into a conservation easement. So we've adjusted the easement boundary to allow that to happen. To define and document the limits of natural surface trails and isolate all of the existing structures and some proposed future exhibit sites, to excise those from the easement restrictions. To allow continued commercial activities to continue, and to mitigate on site for the impacts to the natural vegetation and the forest environment. So this is an image, this would be part of sheet 2 from the proposed forest conservation plan amendment. Maybe a little tough to discern. To clue you in, the blue images are what would be excised out of the sensitive natural environmental areas, the stream valley buffers and wetlands. The yellow areas are in the upland, not part of the sensitive environmental areas. There are a number of trails. The orange and purple trails are the existing natural surface trails. The green and the red trails are proposed trails for a holiday-themed event planned for the Christmas season, where structures are not proposed, but there would be temporary, call them wired lighted figures that would be set up and removed seasonally with very low impact. So to quantify the impacts that are proposed, there are about 39 structures total proposed. That would include the existing structures. There's more than 3,000 linear feet of trails. There will be an additional 41 sites that have been identified and located on the property that will not be getting in structures. Those will be for that seasonal low-impact portable light displays that I mentioned. So as an overview of the amendment, here comes the numbers. The original forest conservation easement comprised 28.36 acres. The proposal is to abandon 1.72 acres of the easement, to add 6.69 acres of new easement. The resulting easement would be 33.33 acres. Afforestation would be required of 7.6 acres. The 6.69 will be planted in the new easement areas, and 0.91 acres will be planted in existing unforested easement. So environmental sensitivity was certainly considered when deciding the mitigation requirements. And the natural surface trails within the easement are going to be mitigated for but not excised from the easement. So the proposed way to mitigate for this, acreage that's within the sensitive environmental areas, for the structures, we're proposing to remove the easement with a 4-to-1 on-site afforestation requirement to mitigate. For the trails, the easement will be retained where the trails exist, and they will also require a 4-to-1 on-site afforestation. Now, outside the sensitive environmental areas, the structures, we propose to remove the easement from around those structures with a 2-to-1 on-site afforestation requirement. And the trails outside of the sensitive areas, again, retain the easement over the trails, but there would be a 2-to-1 on-site afforestation requirement. So to summarize the totals, within those environmental buffers, the plan proposes to abandon 1.21 acres of Category 1 easement and impacts to an additional 0.31 acres, which is the trails. Mitigated at a 4-to-1 planting ratio, which results in 6.08 acres of afforestation. For the impacts outside of the environmental buffers, the abandonment of 5.1 acres is proposed from the easement. Impacts to an additional 0.28 acres will be mitigated at a 2-to-1 planting ratio, resulting in 1.52 acres of afforestation. So an important component of this plan is a 5-year invasive species management plan. Not only will the afforestation require 5 years maintenance and management agreement and a bond, but because of invasive species on the property, we are requiring that there's mitigation, or not mitigation, but management of those invasive species, to work toward eradication. There are 2 treatment zones. Treatment zone 1 is the existing forest where English ivy is predominant, climbing a lot of mature trees. And then area 2 would be the afforestation area, which is heavily invased with Bradford pear. And so this invasive species management plan includes pre-planting site preparation over the course of a season or so, and ongoing selective invasive species management. So after much negotiation, planning staff believes the proposed amendment is an acceptable way to resolve this violation case. And we support the amendment because the proposed amendment is consistent with Chapter 22A, Forest Conservation Law, and meets Planning Board policy of requiring a minimum of a 2-to-1 mitigation when easements are removed or abandoned. Intermittent seasonal activity, about 3 months out of the year, has a relatively low impact to forest and the natural environment. Structures have no real foundations, which limits their long-term impacts. And it was considered that to remove and relocate existing structures, which would probably have been an option that the club would have pursued to continue their fundraising efforts, if the result was that they removed the structures from the existing easement, put them into an undisturbed forested area, perhaps within the same easement, the resulting environmental impacts would probably be greater than they currently are. So to conclude, staff recommends approval of SC 2021023 with conditions summarized by the following: to abandon a total of 1.72 acres of the existing 28.36 acre Category 1 conservation easement, to mitigate on site by adding an additional 6.69 acres into Category 1 easement, to plant 7.6 acres of new afforestation for a new total Category 1 easement area of 33.33 acres. And that concludes my presentation of this amendment, and we welcome any questions.
Does the applicant's representative have anything they want to add?
Just one question.
Sorry.
You mentioned the blue area removal.
Yes.
Was that where the steps were shown, the structure with the steps going up to it, or?
I believe the structure of the steps is in the non-sensitive area.
Okay.
It would have been one of the yellow
Right.
blocks.
And then the other question would be on liability. If someone, for instance, was to get injured on the steps, where does liability fall? Maybe that's a legal question.
I don't
Not to the park.
It would fall with the landowner.
The landowner being,
The Boys and Girls Club.
okay, all right. They are the land, they would then be defined as the landowners.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Does the applicant's representative have anything they would like to add?
Chairman Casey, members of the board, for the record, Kevin Foster with GLW. With me here today, hopefully virtually, is Brad Scott, the executive director of Only Boys and Girls Club, and hopefully Kevin McLaren, another board member as well. We're certainly here to answer any questions and any discussion.
Thank you. Other questions or comments from the board?
I would just like to add, I'm glad that you're all dealing with the future use as part of this resolution, because it's always better from our perspective to ask permission than forgiveness, as I think you've seen. And I hope this provides a valuable lesson to the applicant for making sure that they comply in the future with our easements. They're very important, and we don't take violations lightly. And so I appreciate the work that's been done both by the applicant and the staff. So thank you very much. And with that, I move for approval of the amendment as the Forest Conservation Amendment as presented by staff.
And I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That is approved. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll be right back for item 9. And now we're on item 9, the Silver Spring Downtown and Adjacent Communities Plans sectional map amendment with fellow Woodsider, or former ex-Woodsider for life, Lawrence Dam.
Just want to make sure that was on the record. So good morning, commissioners. I am Lauren Stam from Down County Planning, accompanied by Atara Margulies. And this morning we are introducing sectional map amendment H146, which will implement the zoning changes included in the recently approved and adopted the Silver Spring Downtown Adjacent Communities Plan. This is a request to file a sectional map amendment with the District Council. On this first slide, you'll see the updated plan boundary as approved by the Council on May 26th. The final plan area is about 442 acres, and we are proposing to reclassify 261.47 of those acres while retaining 51.62 acres of the existing zoning. All the changes that are included in the attachment are also available online at the link shown on the screen. On May 26th, the District Council approved the plan, the Silver Spring Downtown Adjacent Communities Plan. On June 2nd, the Planning Board approved the resolution of the adoption, and the full commission adopted the approved plan on June 15th. The zoning recommendations implemented through this SMA will help achieve the vision set forth by the Silver Spring Downtown Adjacent Communities Plan. Like other SMAs, this SMA will bring non-conforming properties into conformance, resolve split zone parcels, and update any defunct zones to CR or another appropriate zone. In this plan, this included the EOF, or Employment Office Zone, RT, which is a townhouse zone, and removing the T designation with a 20% height increase as consistent with the precedent established in the Bethesda Downtown Plan. This plan also increased the flexibility of the CR zoning by equalizing the commercial and residential values to allow for any mix or for a property to be entirely commercial or residential. The height was also increased, especially near the transit center. Several properties were also rezoned, where appropriate, to meet the plan's urban design and economic development goals. The detailed zoning changes are available in the attachment. As typical, this SMA will also clean up any minor discrepancies or errors in the Planning Board draft or resolution. Those are detailed on the final page of the attachment. This SMA will also update the overlay zones in the plan area. In order to implement several recommendations of the plan, there will be a new downtown Silver Spring overlay zone. The Ripley South Silver Spring overlay is being removed, and the Fenton Village overlay zone is being extended to the east to include properties that are zoned CR. This was incorrectly stated in the staff report as including CRN properties. Those are actually just beyond the boundary of the Fenton Village overlay zone. We also have one graphic error to correct in the attachment. In the Ellsworth District, change area number 8, which is shown on map 3, was incorrectly drawn in the Planning Board draft. On the left, you'll see the image, the map that was in the staff report you received, and on the right, the corrected version, which reflects what was discussed at County Council. The two parcels to the south have the same ownership, and the height should be consistent across both properties to allow for development. This will be amended in the attachment before it's sent to Council. In conclusion, staff recommends that the Planning Board approve the request to file the Silver Spring Downtown Adjacent Communities Plan sectional map amendment to implement the zoning recommendations in the approved and adopted plan. If the board has any questions about the zoning changes included in the SMA, we've prepared additional slides that detailed the changes in each district, so we'd be happy to go through those. Thank you for your time.
Are there any questions or comments from the board? If not, we will thank all of you for this long, strange trip we've been on together, which is now at its conclusion, and look forward to some development applications for 360-foot buildings in downtown Silver Spring, among many other exciting projects, I'm sure.
By next week, please.
Please, yeah. Operators are standing by. Is there a motion to approve the SMA?
I move to approve the SMA as presented by staff with the corrections. Thank you very much. I know it's very tedious work, and I will, as we said before, tell you how much we appreciate the incredible amount of work that staff, all the staff that worked on this plan did. It was done in record time, and really appreciate it was a lot of hard work. Thank you very, very much. So with that, I move approval of the SMA.
And I'll second, and I'll also reiterate, thank you so much for all the work that you've done. You really did an incredible job, and I think the applications that are going to come before us are going to be, will represent that. So thank you so much.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That's approved, and it's time for lunch. Okay, welcome back. It's time for item 10, the 2022 to 2031 Comprehensive Water Supply and Sewer System Plan Executive Draft Briefing and Public Hearing with Mark Zimborski.
For the record, Jason Sartori, Chief of Countywide Planning and Policy. I just wanted to kind of set a quick kind of scope for the conversation today. This is a plan that has been, that the preparation of which has been led by DEP in coordination with other county agencies, including staff from the planning department had an opportunity to review earlier versions of this. This is the executive draft that actually goes before the council for a public hearing on Tuesday. What you'll hear today will be a briefing from our Mr. Zimborski as well as the DEP staff on what's in this plan and what changes have been made. And the focus hopefully will be on what's relevant to the planning board and planning staff, because there's a lot here that doesn't necessarily pertain to the work that we do here. But again, there'll be an opportunity for continued discussion before the T&E committee over the coming months on this. So with that, I'll just turn it over to Mr. Zimborski.
For the record, Mark Zimborski, Environmental Planner, Countywide Planning and Policy Division. The item before you today is the 2022-2031 update to the Comprehensive Water Supply and Sewerage Systems Plan. It's a countywide plan for providing water and sewer services, and it is a vital link between land use and development planning and the construction of water and sewerage infrastructure. It establishes policies that support the general plan as amended by local and other master plans, and provides projections for future water and sewerage systems needs based on land use planning, demographic projections, legal mandates, and policy requirements. Every 3 years, county DEP staff update the plan. Last year, DEP staff prepared an interagency review, staff review draft, which we participated in that process. DEP then produced a revised draft that went to the county council last fall. County council reviewed it and made comments, and that went into the current county executive draft, which, as Jason mentioned, is the public hearing draft for the county council public hearing next week. So just briefly on the schedule and the process, next Tuesday, the county council will have their public hearing on the plan. The first T&E committee work session is scheduled for July 25th, and some additional T&E work will be likely after that. In addition to the updates, which are highlighted in the staff report in your packet, the council staff anticipates that a number of other key issues will be expected to be discussed at the county council and the T&E sessions, dealing with abutting mains policies, extensions outside the plan, envelope to serve commercial properties, special service areas outside the plan, envelope, the Travilla Quarry language, private institutional facilities, the PIF policy, unserved and underserved properties, septic ownership requirements, Glen Hills issues, and the Poolsville wastewater treatment plant. And county council staff are here today. Alan Sukup is here at the table. Stephen Shofar and I believe is online, and Keith Levchenko with the county staff is online. So DEP will be presenting the highlights of the plan and the key updates, and with that, I will turn it over.
I'm Alan Sukup with the Department of Environmental Protection. I'm a senior planner in that department in the Intergovernmental Affairs Division. And Mark, you can go ahead and put it up. This is a little presentation we put together on the update of the plan. It was presented initially to the Water Quality Advisory Group, and we have been supplementing it since based on comments from staff and comments from the council staff. So let's go. Next slide, please. This may be repetitive for some of you who've been around for a while. We put it in for people who are as not familiar with the plan as others. The purpose of the plan is to ensure that existing and future water supply and wastewater system needs of the county are satisfied in a cost-effective, cost-effective manner that protects public health and environmental resources. It supports the county's general plan and state smart growth initiatives, and provides policy guidance to elected officials and agencies. There is a statutory requirement for the plan under the Maryland Code, and it does require that we update the plan comprehensively every 3 years. If you'll recall, we do a lot of updating of the plan in between those comprehensive updates. We do mostly category changes, which are amendments to the plan. As Mark indicated, the process right now, we've been through the DEP transmittal to the county executive. The executive has transmitted his draft to the county council for review and approval. The council will hold public hearings and T&E committee meetings, full council review meetings. Once the council adopts that plan, they will transmit it to MDE for concurrence. That can take up to 6 months. Although we have set the plan in draft to MDE and other agencies so they can look at it now. Next, please. Chapter 1 is where we get into the details. It's where we're in the weeds. We talk about the legal requirements for the plans and the objectives for water and sewer service. We identify policies for the provision of water and sewer service from public or community systems. We also spend a good deal of time talking about individual on-site well and septic systems, and also multi-use systems, which are large capacity on-site systems. We have policies that discuss public infrastructure, including financing, policies that affect the use of wells and septic systems, and procedures and organizational roles that the county and state use to adopt, amend, and administer the plan. Chapter 2 provides a general background, both of the natural environment and what we call the man-made or built environment. Chapter 3 focuses on water supply systems in much more detail than we show in Chapter 1. The idea is to show the water supply system from point of withdrawal, a raw water source either from a river or from wells, to delivery to the customer. And we want to make sure that our planning efforts address near-term and long-term needs of those systems based on our public policies and the plan's objectives, and of course also development projections that we get from park and planning by way of COG. Okay? Sewage systems in Chapter 4 is basically the same thing, except we're taking that system from point of origin by the consumer, by the applicant, all the way through treatment and discharge whether it be a ground discharge or discharge into a water body. And again, planning efforts cover the same range of topics. We also have several appendices. There's a glossary. There is an inventory of multi-use systems, which the state requires us to put into the plan. We have taken the discussion of what we call exceptional service areas, those areas that the council has identified either as for or not for public service, that are detailed in the plan. Some of these come from the council's decisions. Some of these come from master plan recommendations. We put them together in an appendix because it was getting kind of crazy to put it into Chapter 1. Appendix D simply provides information on the agencies involved in the process. Appendix E, which is required by the state, provides an inventory of major facilities. And then a new appendix, what we call Appendix F, provides a rundown of the updates that we have made to the plan since the 2018 plan was approved. And then we also have our water and sewer service area category maps, which you all are horribly familiar with, I'm sure. Okay. So what have we done? In our, on-site system exceptions, we have noticed over the years that areas that are within the planned service envelope, but that are zoned for large lot development, RE1, RE2, some RE2C, it's very difficult for them sometimes to get main extensions constructed to serve those subdivisions. And normally we would require them, because they're in the envelope, we would require them to extend that service. But costs being what they are, we do look at each case individually that comes through, whether it be an exception request that comes directly to DEP or a proposal for on-site systems in a subdivision plan, and are willing to permit the use of individual systems in certain cases in those new subdivisions. Again, this is all for large lot development. If we were talking about somebody with an R200 or R90 subdivision, that would not be allowed. The community service for properties abutting community system mains. Based on a couple of category change requests that the council had deferred previously, they asked us to look at the abutting mains policy and try to determine if there was a possibility of adjusting it to allow for a limited extension of a water or sewer main that currently abuts an existing property. You want to go to, can you go to the next slide? There we go. Okay, so this is a sample. The property that is south of the main road here is abuts an existing main at the east end of the property. However, in this case, the property owner would like to get the connection to his house closer to the house. So what's proposed is to build an extension to the existing main that would bring service up to a point opposite the house. What this means is that the property across the street, on the north side of the street, now abuts a new main. And so, under the policy, that property would be eligible for a single connection to that abutting main. They're eligible for one connection and one connection only. They are not, it's not allowed to extend that main further. You know, we don't want to leapfrog this thing out to who knows where. But it is addressed, is meant to address a specific situation with a specific property owner. Sometimes the abutting main means that you'd have to run an on-site hookup through an environmentally sensitive area, across a stream valley, through woodlands. This would address that kind of situation. But it's not necessary to demonstrate that that in the process. They simply asked for the extension, and that is something we would take to the county council. Get back. And this would affect these two particular cases down on Boswell Lane. I'll show those to you in a moment. The council also asked us to look at whether or not the policy could allow for taking an abutting main's right, in other words, property abuts an existing main, and transfer that to another property under common ownership that also abuts that main, that for whatever reason is no longer eligible for that connection right. We looked at that and decided that that was not something we wanted in the policy. And Mr. Elrich was good with that. So, and you'll see the inane slide coming up in a little bit that demonstrates that issue. We've also modified the policy that with regard to what we call multiple connections. Many years ago, the council wanted us to amend the policy to allow for more than one connection, usually for a subdivision, due to an environmental constraint. And by and large, that environmental constraint came down to areas of woodland that would be removed to allow for septic systems on the property. We did, I think, 3 of those cases over the years. They were always difficult. They were not based on science or testing. They were based on an interpretation of soil types, setbacks for septic systems, things like that. So what we wanted to do in this update of the plan was to change that so that instead of DEP and DPS trying to interpret whether or not a septic system could go here or there, we wanted to base it on actual septic testing. So if you have a subdivision, say 3 lots, and you've got 3 lots you can put in based on approved septic testing, but there's a abutting main. This policy would allow you to connect each of those 3 lots to the abutting main, and so to use public sewer as opposed to on-site septic. This has a couple of advantages. The major one being that it allows for better positioning or breakdown of the lots because they're not dependent on where the septic system has to go. They're simply lined up along an existing sewer main, which is an easier way to do a subdivision. So we're taking it from something that is interpretive, I guess is the best way to put it, and basing it on actual testing that the applicant has to go through. Okay? And one more. This is the abutting mains case that the council deferred. The property on the south side of the street, here, this is Boswell Lane, abuts an existing low-pressure sewer. But they would like to have an extension made to that low-pressure sewer to bring the service connection up directly opposite the setting of the house. If that is done, then the property across the street would be eligible for a connection to that low-pressure sewer. This is the case that the council was considering at the time and deferred for the update of this plan. Okay. And this lovely colorful map shows the connection right transfer proposal that was made by an applicant here. The property to the south that's shown in tan has a connection right available to it to the abutting sewer main along Piney Meeting House Road. The properties to the north in green, the front property made use of the connection right for an old parcel that involved both of these properties. So that meant that the property at the back, which is an outlot, is no longer eligible to use that sewer connection right. The property owners would like to transfer the connection right for their developed property to the south to the outlot to the north. We've tried a couple different concepts to make this work for them, and this was the proposal that the council heard. We felt it was difficult to enforce, difficult to apply to specific situations. And also, at some point in the future, if the property to the south needs sewer connection because their septic system has failed and they can't replace it, then we've ended up with more connections out here than we really wanted to have. This is at the edge of the Piney Branch watershed. The properties to the north are outside the watershed. A good chunk of the property to the south is within the watershed. The existing septic system on the developed property meets all current standards, but who knows in the future what that would bring. So again, we were concerned that we would be getting more service connections out here than are allowed under policy right now. Okay?
Quick question. That's
Sure.
based on the capacity of the main?
It's not, it's not a capacity of the main issue. The main has plenty of capacity here. It's that this is a low-density developed area. There were 2 parcels here. Each parcel is entitled to a single sewer service connection. The property to the south that the applicants own has not used that connection. On the parcel, the original parcel to the north, the developer split the property into a building lot and an outlot. So the building lot got that connection. The outlot is no longer entitled to that connection. I'm not sure why there was an outlot established here, but it was. So what the applicants want to do is simply take the connection right that they're entitled to for their large property to the south and apply it to the outlot. Now, staff has a number of concerns about the outlot that are beside the basic issue that we're dealing with here. There's a stream that runs through it. Could you even create a building lot out of this outlot is questionable. But we'll take this issue to the council and see what they want to do with it. Okay? For the private institutional facilities policy, and I hear everybody groan, it's all right. These are not substantive changes to the policy in terms of what it allows or doesn't allow. What we wanted to do, based on commentary from staff last year, was to focus the council's consideration on the requirement now for a concept plan before we even delve into a category change request. Because there's so many issues that can come up with a concept plan, we wanted to specify that the council's focus would be on imperviousness and on new main extension issues, which are covered under the policy. We also wanted to add an emphasis on compliance with existing imperviousness levels. In some parts of the county, there are clear, hard caps for imperviousness. In other parts of the county, for example, in Northwest Branch, the upper part of Northwest Branch, there are ranges of imperviousness. And so when you get a large private institutional use, that can chew up a good chunk of that range. Bachelor's Forest tributary, not Bachelor's Forest, excuse me. What am I thinking of? Up where we've been doing all the PIFs in Northwest Branch, sorry, senior moment. There's a range of 11 to 15% imperviousness allowed. Our analysis shows that it's up to about 12.5 now. When you have a large use such as Jesus House, that will chew up a substantial part of that remaining imperviousness limit. There is no site-by-site imperviousness limit, but it adds to the total that is intended for the watershed as a whole. And of course, this is a master plan that came out in 1997, before our current thinking on what is a reasonable imperviousness limit to maintain good to excellent water quality. And we also, at the request of the executive, wanted to add a statement concerning RLUIPA. This is the Religious Land Uses and Institutionalized Persons Act under federal law. It has pulled us into some lawsuits over the years. And we wanted to make a statement in the plan that we understand RLUIPA, we support RLUIPA, and that our actions are intended to also support RLUIPA and not challenge it. Under individual systems, we are working on an on-site systems management program. We sent notices on this program out last year to all the property owners that we believed had an on-site well and/or septic system. The idea is to offer educational outreach to those property owners. We put a lot of new information on our website and provided also links to the website for DPS in terms of enforcement and permitting. The policy also proposes that each individual property owner that has a septic system be required to pump it out at least once every 5 years. That's one of the basic things that jurisdictions do when they are putting together these kinds of programs. It is non-invasive in that we do not have to go onto the property. We're not proposing that we inspect each property. We would like property owners to let us know if they discover a problem with during their pump out. There is also a proposal in the legislation for this that is now before the council to provide some kind of reimbursement for the pump out, whether it be each time there's a pump out or whether it's just for the first one to get them started. Okay? So much text. We also have a proposal that we've been working on for several years now about what we call underserved and unserved communities. These are communities that are within our planned service envelope, but do not have access currently to existing water and/or sewer mains. In terms of public sewer, we identified about 1,700 properties in Montgomery County in this situation. And that's just assuming that they're clustered together. There are several more that are individual ones. We've been working on this proposal with WSSC and with Prince George's County staff. The idea being to come up with a new financing mechanism for water and sewer mains that would serve individual property owners, not new subdivisions. New subdivisions, they're required to put in all their infrastructure themselves. But there was still a program in WSSC that they refer to as the WSSC Built Program, which used front foot assessment charges and deficit charges, as they used to all over the county, for individual property owners, especially if they have a public health problem. But the fact of the matter is that that system has become unusable for the typical property owner. It's too expensive. They can also do their own extension, but that way they've got to find their own financing. They've got to hire an engineer to design it. We're trying to come up with something that would work for individual property owners, particularly those in a community that doesn't have public service.
I'm thinking that the area to the east side of, NIH and the complex there. There's one old development in
Yeah.
there, and I think they probably do not have.
Right, there are a lot of communities like this. They're in Germantown, they're in Clarksburg, they're in Silver Spring, they're in Wheaton. And so the idea is to come up with a manageable system to allow those folks to apply for and get new public service. So what we came up with was the concept of sub-districts, which is already something we have in law. We can create that without having to make a lot of changes to things. So when somebody comes to us that says we need public service, whether it be just because they're running out of septic capacity or they have a septic problem, DEP and DPS would look at that neighborhood and try to identify an area, a sub-district that could be served by probably just a single extension. We would then try to determine whether or not there is sufficient support in the sub-district to go forward with a process, whether it's, you require 51% of the property owners to be involved, 67% of the property owners. That's something we'll work out in the regulation. But we need to know that we have support for it before we go forward. And the idea is to evaluate the sewer system need and compare that to the resources of the community. And the idea here is to use income levels that EPA uses to identify how much of a property owner's income should be devoted to providing public water or providing water and sewer service, whether it's on-site or public service. That's a number we can pluck from county records, countywide. But the idea is that our cost to the property owner should not be any more than that percentage, whatever it turns out to be. Is it $1,000 a year? Is it $500 per year?
And I believe the EPA standard is 2%. Is that right?
Say again?
2%.
It's two. Yeah, I think you're right. It's 2%.
Yeah, I think that's important to people understand what numbers are we talking about.
Yeah, it's in our report, which we will make available to you, or we already have made available to you.
And does that affordability calculation include your existing payments for water and sewer service, or is that over and above what you're currently, what you would currently pay?
This is intended to affect just the cost of providing service to the property. There would still be a quarterly or monthly bill for water and sewer.
All right, so if you have neither public water nor sewer, and you want it,
Yep.
You're under the general framework you're talking about, you're saying that people would be asked to pay up to, but not more than 2% of their annual income to effectively finance
Right.
the project over a period of, what, 30 years?
30 years.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the current payback.
So if you had household income of $100,000 a year, you're going to be paying $2,000 a year for the capital project.
Mhm.
And then you're also going to be paying
Water and sewer
separately
bill.
whatever your water and sewer bill turns out to be.
Yep.
And so what would happen if you had a neighborhood where 51% of the owners said, yes, please hook us up, we'll pay.
Mhm.
But you had some other, whatever number of property owners said, no thanks, we're fine with septic, we don't want to pay.
Mhm.
We can't pay. What then?
Well, our assumption is that eventually those property owners will come online. The question is, and the question is asked in our report, do we require all the property owners to contribute to the main construction cost upfront? Or do we handle it like the current front foot benefit assessment charge, where you're excluded from the front foot charge if you have a functioning on-site system? But as soon as that system fails, you have to connect to public service because we're hoping it'll be available at that point. And you have to start contributing to the cost for the extension.
But in the meantime, you could have up to half the people in the neighborhood saying no thanks,
Yep.
which increases
And
the amount
we
the
have
government has to
we have
front
to look at the financing
subsidize.
on that. One of the other assumptions we're making is that the counties and WSSC will provide a subsidy for these projects, as much as $1 million a year together.
$1 million a year for every sewer hookup that
For every project.
for
For
Total.
the total number of projects that we do in that year. It may be one project, it may be two. It's starting out slow to see how we can make this work.
But what if 25 neighborhoods
It's
all
$1 million.
ask?
It's
What if
$1 million total
if you could-
for however many projects. It's just $1 million
So-
is the limit for each year.
So what happens if you have 25 neighborhoods that all say they want to be hooked up? And you've got some number of properties in
We
each
have-
subdivision that are saying,
Right.
we can't, we don't want to pay, we're fine, we're,
Right. We'll have to run the numbers and see if we can afford to do it.
well.
There will be a prioritization of schemes set up to
Who,
prioritize.
I'm sorry, if you could just not interrupt, that would be great. I'd appreciate that. Mr. Sukup, have you backed out what is this $1 million based on? Is that, I mean, it sounds like a very round number.
Yes, it's based on calculations that we did in our study report. We looked at whether or not sample extensions were financially feasible, and based on a certain number of property owners contributing. And it is a very round number because we have not done a specific case with actual property owners. But our feeling was that a $1 million contribution each year, split between WSSC and the counties, would allow us to start this process and pick out some priority neighborhoods that are seriously in need of public sewer service.
Yeah, I mean, I just think the problem here is that unless you have a very firm handle on how many neighborhoods we're talking about and how many properties and how many linear feet of extensions and hookup fees and all of it, then once you've gone down this road, if it turns out that number is bigger than you thought, what are you going to say to the next group of people? No? Especially if you have a neighborhood that's organized, vocal, relatively affluent, is at the front of the line, and then you've got neighborhoods that, because they're less affluent, need bigger subsidies. It just seems to me like you're opening up. Once you've opened the door to this, you really, you better know what you're getting into, or the pressure to increase the amount of subsidy dramatically could be pretty intense.
Yep, we recognize that. And we, again, we're starting off what is relatively small scale here. I know that doesn't sound like it's small scale, but a subsidy from the county of $250,000, well, yeah, $250,000 is, can make a difference for a community. We have dealt with a number of communities over the years that simply cannot afford the extensions, even though the need for an extension is severe. I'm thinking particularly of.
Okay, but I'm looking at a slideshow that apparently was given to the WSSC board on November 17th of last year, titled WSSC Water Delivering the Essential Sewer Extension Needs for Unserved and Underserved Neighborhoods, Final Recommendations of Bi-County Infrastructure Working Group, which just provides some illustrative cases, including one street in Montgomery County, which is Greenridge Drive, which involves a 700-foot extension serving 15 properties. And I mean, I think it's available for anybody who wants to look at how this was broken out. But it appears that the funding gap just for serving those 15 houses with a 700-foot extension is about $250,000. Now, I have no idea if that's representative, as you know, of other cases, but that suggests at that rate you're talking like maybe 4 projects if you had $1 million available, assuming 4 neighborhoods like this one. So I guess what I'm getting at is this concerns me because it seems like you could burn through that $1 million pretty quickly, and then you're going to have raised an expectation, and we're going to be people who argue that it's now unfair not to make that available to whoever wants it.
And that is a financing issue that would have to be addressed by the county executive and the county council. Do they want to put more into that fund? We believe that the executive is willing to support the amount that's been specified. We will be taking this to the county council, I believe, on the 25th as well, to the T&E committee on the 25th to get their feedback. This has been before the WSSC commissioners, the Prince George's County Council, and our executive. And it's generally been supported.
Okay, well, I didn't want to sidetrack you on your presentation. I'm sure we'll come back to this.
We will be back to this, I'm sure.
Yeah.
And we have offered to do a presentation just on this proposal for the board. And at that time, we would also bring in some of the WSSC staff that have been running the numbers on this for us.
Okay, well, I guess my point was I'm sorry to have interrupted you. Please keep going.
Okay.
I didn't want to get you
And
off track.
again, in this proposal, each county would establish priorities for the communities that need to be served. This can also include equity issues, which we have been looking at over time. Our proposal includes the potential for additional subsidy for disadvantaged neighborhoods. And that's something that we have to hash out in the regulation, which we're working on right now, with the assumption the council is going to approve the legislation or the concept. We, of course, would also pursue state and federal grants through WSSC to support the cost of some of these extensions as needed. The state will support, I believe, up to $20,000 per unit, which is intended to address primarily connection issues, which are all part of the cost out of the Bay Restoration Fund. Okay? There. Back to what's actually in the plan right now. You may be familiar with what we call the Potomac Peripheral Sewer Service Policy, the idea that at the edge of the planned sewer envelope in Potomac, we can consider the next property over, a property adjacent to the envelope, or property confronting the envelope. The envelope in Potomac, as you'll probably hear from one of these presenters, is irregular because it's based on a history of case-by-case category change approvals over 20 years.
The area south of Rockville, so Parkway, south of that.
That's part of it, the Potomac subregion area.
Right.
And so we've come up against a couple of category change applicants that are claiming that because they're adjacent to the city of Rockville and their planned service area, that they should be eligible to apply under this policy for new service. Well, what happens in Rockville is completely disconnected from what we're doing in Potomac. Zoning's different, and it was an oversight in the peripheral service policy, which already sorts out a number of areas that can't be used for this policy, such as Piney Branch, the lower Greenbrier Branch properties. We need to add the city of Rockville to that list of areas that cannot be used. Now, your staff has cleverly proposed that because the sewer envelope we're talking about is outside the master plan area, it doesn't count. And that's a good point. I'm looking for something that's actually specifically in the policy that doesn't rely on somebody's interpretation tomorrow or 5 years from now. We also have some information on the Jonesville and Jerusalem communities near Poolsville. These are two small communities at the north end of the town, and they have public sewer service because they had terrible, terrible septic system problems back in the 70s. WSSC built a sewer system to serve those lots up there. It flows down into the Poolsville wastewater treatment plant. And we have an agreement, or WSSC has an agreement with Poolsville to send up to 20,000 gallons per day flow into the treatment plant. Out of, I think their total flow right now is 0.75 million gallons per day. We've been seeing, according to the meter readings, that there are times when we have been exceeding that 20,000 gallons per day. WSSC is going into the community and trying to determine, these are wet weather flows, what's contributing to that? Are the pipes leaking? Is it infiltration from groundwater? So that we can get that back under control. We do have an interim policy right now that says we will provide only one service connection for each property in those service areas. We're not going to create subdivisions up there with using public sewer. But once we have that information back from WSSC and a determination of what they can or cannot do about the high water flows, we will take another look at that policy and determine whether or not it needs to be more stringent, or whether we need to try to negotiate additional capacity with the town. Those are possibilities. Riverwood Drive. Can you hit the next slide for me? I think this is, no, that's Rockville. That's okay. No questions on that. Next one. Riverwood Drive. Okay. This is one of those restricted sewer service areas that I talked about that the council adopted in the water and sewer plan. Excuse me. It's called the Riverwood Drive restriction. If you look on the sort of the middle of the slide here, I've identified what's called the Riverwood Drive sewer extension. This was an extension the council said okay to probably 15, 20 years ago. Their concern, however, was that that extension might be used to promote additional sewer service in areas near the extension. And so the council identified the entire area here that's shown with a yellow background as part of the Riverwood Drive restricted sewer service area. Now, as we looked at that this time around, looking over all the aspects of the plan, we realized, first off, there's a good chunk of that area that's already got public sewer service. Those are the red lines that you see on the map. All of those areas are already served or have access to public sewer service. So we felt that we didn't need to have those in the restricted service area. It didn't make any sense. Also, the area to the southwest would be incredibly difficult to try to serve from the Riverwood Drive sewer because there is about a 100-foot deep cut for Sandy Landing Road between Riverwood Drive properties and those properties in Potomac Manors. So our recommendation was to concentrate the restricted service area to the area highlighted with the green hatch. It's basically two subdivisions that actually could, in theory, get service from this Riverwood Drive extension. There are other extensions that they could use, but the restriction applies strictly to bringing sewer service in from Riverwood Drive. Now, can you do the next one for me, please? In our discussions with council and park and planning staff, they suggested that we could leave that southwest quadrant of the restricted service area in the restricted service area. It doesn't affect their ability to get sewer from other mains just the Riverwood Drive sewer. So this is an alternative that we'd be willing to present to the council. Okay?
The green areas, is that gravity flow to the treatments on the river? I mean, the at WSSC
No, it
in
would
Rockville?
probably require low-pressure systems and grinder pumps.
Okay, all right, thank you.
We're getting out at the edge, where those existing sewer mains are out at the edge of the basin boundary before it goes into Potomac. Some other policy issues that were cited by council staff. The council has deferred, excuse me, 2 other category change requests. One for the Potomac Oak Center and the proposed White House Country Insight. These are diagonal across from each other at the corner of Glen Road and Trevilla Roads. They have, especially the shopping center, has been pursuing the ability to get public sewer for a long time. And so the council asked us to look at the feasibility of a commercial sewer service policy as a special policy in the plan, much like the PIF policy or abutting mains or public health cases, that would allow us to consider whether or not these properties could be served by public sewer. We have put together a draft policy that is now under review at the executive's office. So we're not able to haul it out and present it to everybody at the moment. But we expect that there'll be some discussion of this at the T&E committee meeting coming up. And then the other piece of this is, again, back to the Potomac Peripheral Sewer Service Policy, what we call the Palatine exclusion. Certain neighborhoods are exempt from being used under the Potomac Peripheral Sewer Service Policy. Palatine is one of those. It's zoned RE2 and is served by a low-pressure sewer system. When the system was created, the balance of providing that service to each property was very tricky. The mains had to be sized a certain way. They had to run certain lengths to make the system as a whole work. What we found out subsequently was there were still problems with the system. There were, people were having trouble getting into the system. There were backups in the system. There were odors from the system. It was not what we were hoping it would be. So WSSC went in and did some additional engineering analysis and has upsized some of the low-pressure lines in that neighborhood to help them work better. We got a category change request in about a year ago from a property owner that is adjacent to the sewer envelope in Palatine. And when WSSC reported back to us on that case, they said, sure, we can serve it, which was a big surprise to us. And it's in part due to the fact that the sewer lines that this house would pump into are larger than the original setup in Palatine. So that led us to question if our restriction on Palatine was based simply on the available capacity in the neighborhood. Do we need that restriction? Jump ahead, I think it's 2. So here's Palatine, and it's one of the restricted service areas in Potomac right now. Up at the northwest corner, there is the property owner who wants sewer service. And so while there are not many properties that could be served from Palatine, what we wanted to propose to the council was that WSSC and DEP take a more comprehensive look at this neighborhood to see what the actual possibilities are for additional sewer service from these mains, and then come back to them with that analysis and a recommendation as to whether or not Palatine or parts of Palatine could be lifted from that restriction. And again, I believe the council's going to hear that on the 25th, or the T&E will, on the 25th. Okay? And then other issues cited by council staff, well, we talked about the unserved and underserved communities. The other issue that's come up is raw water storage in Travilla Quarry. Now, this is already in the 2002 Potomac Subregion Master Plan as something to investigate and study. It's been part of other plans going forward. Originally, I think it was just intended to serve WSSC. However, with discussions that are ongoing with COG and the ICPRB, we've recognized a need for this additional capacity to also serve Washington, D.C. And so because that makes it sort of a big federal issue, ICPRB and COG are pursuing federal funding to help support the study and, if necessary, eventual acquisition and use of the quarry as a raw water supply. The idea would be that during flush times, I shouldn't say flush, during times of high flow, we would pump Potomac River water up to the quarry, and then when the river water is needed, it'd be released to come down to the WSSC treatment plant and to De La Carlia. Again, as a raw water supply. We would not treat it in the quarry. It would just be a raw water supply. We've had a lot of discussions on this, and so we have been asked to beef up our discussion of the issue in the Water and Sewer Plan in Chapter 3.
Presently, the quarry, if there is water there, it flows up into the streams, adjacent streams?
Right now, the quarry pumps groundwater out.
And it goes into the...
It goes into Greenbrier Branch.
Okay. Oh, not into the WSSC system
No,
at all?
no.
Into the, and it is contaminated, or it's been defined?
Well,
as-
it's raw water.
Raw,
But it's what would have flowed into Greenbrier Branch anyway.
Okay.
In a sense.
All right.
So yeah, so this would require not only acquisition of the quarry, and of course, every day they mine it, we get more capacity, but also a fair amount of infrastructure to get water up to the quarry, back down from the quarry, and to the two treatment plants. So it's not a cheap deal. I think that's it.
Okay, I think we had a few people who have come to weigh in on this.
Actually, if we could just, before we go to testimony, we have a couple of other comments that Mr.
Oh,
Szymborski
okay,
has.
sorry.
Yep.
Thanks.
Go right ahead, Mr. Szymborski.
So, planning staff have a few recommendations and proposed edits to the current draft of the update. Chapter 1, under Objectives and Policies, Section 2G3A, General Requirements, Paragraph 4, the last two sentences.
This is the abutting mains policy.
Right. And we propose adding the wording in red to add some clarity and consistency with the foregoing discussion on the abutting mains.
And we're in agreement with that.
And then under the PIF policy, category change application requirements, planning staff recommend including language indicating that concept plans are not regulatory in nature, but provide an opportunity for various agencies to comment and provide feedback, just to make that clear.
Again, we're fine with that.
And then also in Chapter 1, under the underserved and unserved communities, include language in the discussion. It's a brief discussion since it's an ongoing process and not resolved in this update. Include language, though, in the discussion that is under this topic in the plan update, and in the recommendation that goes with that, that indicates the need to consider equity issues in the ongoing efforts to address unserved and underserved communities.
And we will address that issue as well.
So the next step after today is to take whatever comments that you, the planning board, want to forward to the county council as part of the public testimony for their public hearing. And we will take the comments that you approve for that transmission and put them in a letter and send them to the county council for the public hearing next Tuesday on the 12th.
Did they want to pick up the testimony?
Hmm?
Did they want to pick up the testimony, or?
That's here today?
Yeah.
Yep, that comes after me. So yes, so now we'll move to public testimony.
Okay, could we have Brandon Beach, Peter Doherty, Mary Akatis, and Jeffrey Kurland come on up? And we're just going to take a little break while everybody gets situated.
Take a step back.
Which one first?
Okay, we are back and ready to hear from some folks who'd like to talk about these recommendations, starting with Brandon Beach.
Actually, I think we'd prefer to start with me, Mary Yakaitis.
Sure, that's fine.
Since we are, I'm providing a little bit of a context or background for the discussion.
Sure, go whenever you're ready.
I want to thank everyone for the opportunity to present today. Over the last decades, I've provided testimony about the Glen Hill sewer issue more times than I'd like to really think about. But one of these hearings resulted in board support for Resolution 18423, which for a short time permitted DEP to make studies of smaller areas in Glen Hills. My neighborhood in Potomac Highlands requested one such study early on, and we obtained sewer service approvals for 13 of 16 properties studied. And that study really demonstrated the real scope of the problem in Glen Hills. Planning board support for these smaller studies helped lead to passage of the Resolution 18423, which relieved a huge burden from a lucky few people who benefited from it. That window's now been closed by pressure from no-growth advocates. Now, as president of an organization formed to manage construction of an overly sewer main for the area that did get studied, I'm speaking to you today on behalf of all the Glen Hill neighborhoods, including Potomac Highlands and other neighborhoods, who were not so lucky as my South Overly neighbors. They live on properties identified by the county DEP as so-called review areas, stigmatized as unsuitable for continued septic system use. When properties in these RA areas fail, most won't be able to repair or replace them, and current county policies won't permit them to obtain community service. So with that little introduction, I have a few slides here I'd like to share with you. This just gives us a brief overview of our situation, which I'm sure many of you are quite familiar with. We have failing septic systems, 50 to 60 years old. We don't meet current requirements for replacing the systems, and current restrictions offer no options for replacement when the systems fail. This slide kind of summarizes the situation we're in. We're a developed community. We're an area known to be unsuitable for septic system use, and we have virtually no options when our systems fail. The result is people are continuing to use failing systems. We cannot report backups, and our only option is to struggle to keep these systems nominally functional. We're obviously polluting streams that run through our neighborhood. Our real estate property values are terribly impacted, and we are creating a looming public health disaster. I have two questions I'd just like to present to the council, to the board today for your consideration. First of all is, how can the county continue to impose restrictions when DPE's own studies document that at least 30%, actually I looked back, it's 36% of our area is been named in public documents as unsuitable for waste disposal. And as Mr. Sukup told you recently, a few minutes ago, a new study that they've done just concluded, and it's also in print, sewer service is essential in older communities. Now, the second question I'd like to pose as you consider this new plan is, what's the intent of current regulations? Is it to control growth? We're in an already developed community. There's going to be no sprawl. And we've had sewer in our community for years, and we've not had a change in the character of our neighborhood. Is it to restrict expansion of the sewer envelope? What's the meaning of that when there are already sewer in our neighborhood? One house has it and the next house doesn't. Is it to prevent environmental harm? According to Maryland own state projections, we're putting at least 300 pounds of nitrogen into the Chesapeake Bay annually if our systems worked properly. Clearly they don't. Most of ours are holes in the ground. And we have 4 what are called seepage lagoons, which are open ponds that are the receptors of waste from homes. Clearly, our systems don't work right. So we're proposing a solution that we think is still within the intent of the master plan to not encourage a lot of growth, and that is to look at the county's responsibility to, since they've determined we have review areas, to acknowledge the need for service to those areas and to not put these incredible barriers up for us. Some of my colleagues are going to tell you the specific issues around those review areas and where they are, but I'm just going to say that giving us some relief would require deleting language that now requires at least one septic system to fail before an area sanitary sewer can be undertaken. What that effectively does is eliminate that option because you can't wait after you've had one septic system. It took them a year to do the study of my area. And if my system has failed, actually, we were able to make a minor repair on it. But if you have a failed system, you cannot really wait a year for a county study. And then it's taken 5 years after that, and we still don't have our sewer main installed. Another very important issue, which another colleague will speak about, is that these review areas ought to be considered part of the planned sewer envelope, since we have been stigmatized in this way. We are right next to homes that are in the area, and there's no reason why there should be such a jagged and undefined sewer envelope. And finally, I just want to restate that current plan language prevents common sense remedies and ignores well-documented public health and environmental problems. We believe that the county can't continue to ignore the needs of properties that DEP itself says should not continue to use septic systems. And just again, as someone who's been talking to you for 10 years, I'm hoping that you'll give some weight to our suggestions for revisions in the plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Who would like to go next?
I guess, Peter, you're next.
Sure.
Do you want to?
Why don't you do it for me?
Okay, I will. Mm-hmm.
Well, thank you for allowing us to testify today. I think I should explain that I and the gentleman to my right, Brandon, are both property owners. And we were in the second study that was started. I was one of the requesting, Brandon originated it. Mr. Sukop organized a meeting to present the results of the study to us. And that effectively made it public to a certain extent. And right after that, the Montgomery County Council stopped it and made the change, which we're seeking to repeal, that you have to have a documented failure. And not only did they put that in, but they, in our specific case, stopped our study. So it was never completed, although I think Alan would know better than I would. I think it was pretty much ready to go. So I want to talk for a minute about these review areas. The problem is once you're labeled as a review area, you're stuck with that. You have no alternative to say, well, no, I'm not, or it's okay. That's what it is, and it's available knowledge. Any sharp-eyed real estate agent representing a buyer is going to find it. And we don't really have, as Mary's indicated, a good way to resolve this without getting this particular problem solved of being able to get to sewer. Next one, Mary. 30% of the areas, as Mary mentioned, in the greater Glen Hills area are in these. In Mary's case, 82% of her study was reserved areas. In our case, the incomplete North Overlay study, just about all of it was. And it was a larger area than Mary's. Next
slide.
Yeah. So, as Mary said, county's already said shouldn't replace it. In many cases, they can't be replaced because you can't even get, even one septic system in, never mind what would be the ideal of having a field and then a reserve field. So that's a huge problem. I should point out that our little area of Potomac Highlands is right next to the Watts Branch Creek. We're a much hillier, more wooded area than Greater Glen Hills as a whole, although the whole area is like that. Go ahead to the next one. If you look at this map here, we are on the right side. And something very interesting on this map, if you look at the very right side where the crosshatches are, the existing and approved public sewer service is right in the middle of our neighborhood. Mary's area that got approved to do a community effort to construct a sewer is to the south of us or below. Our area is just to the north or above. So it's not like we're asking to take ourselves, hundreds of feet out into some other area. It's right there. Next one. So Mary's property got from S6 to S3. One thing that I want to point out is that Alan got and you got into the heart of this on the financing. Mary has been working for 5 years to try and convince enough property owners in her area, all of whom got the S3 change, to come up with the money. And she's still about 1 or 2 properties away from the point she needs to get to in order for it to be affordable to everybody involved. We're not going to be the number 1 on the list of areas when the grants come down. We know that. There are many other areas in the county that would be in more dire need of this financing support. But one thing that needs to be addressed that I don't think that the plan has adequately addressed yet is what I call the people who sit on the sidelines and just wait and see what happens. And under the existing policies, they can wait a few years and then connect up without having to contribute money if the construction was done by a group of citizens. That needs to change. There needs to be regulations or legislation, whichever is appropriate, to say, if you decide to wait it out, that's fine, but when you do ultimately decide you need sewer, you have to pay your share of the initial cost. You can't just wait it out and assume that your neighbor is going to pick that up and, hey, aren't I a smart person for waiting 5 years? That should not work. So if there's anything we learn from this, and this is our North Overley study area.
You want me to go back?
No, that's fine. Is that pre-planning is essential, and it takes a long time. I mean, Mary has her little area down at the bottom, which is not insignificant, but if you look at this one, and it may be a little hard to see, but some of the legends on this is going to be a combination of both low pressure and gravity. And even the low pressure run needs a little gravity to finish it out, even if the other gravity people don't do it. And I think you all are aware that gravity is significantly more expensive than low pressure. So the negotiations that are going to be required to get this done are going to be long and complex. The longer we wait, the more dire the situation becomes. And just to drive home the point about property values, there was a fellow down the street who was selling his house. He had S1, but he'd never bothered to hook up. Just thought, well, I'll get around to it, and then he decides to sell, and I don't want to speak for him, but the sense we got was maybe in the back of his mind was the concept of the new person can do that. 5 contracts were placed, due diligence and inspection, 5 contracts were dropped. Finally, he put the connection in. It sold on the next contract. So that's real market experience. That's what goes on. Next one. So pumping is the only option. It's about $400. And one thing I want to point out, if the county does put in a requirement to have septic systems pumped every so often, I would urge that somebody look at what can be done to make sure that the price doesn't suddenly increase on what it takes to pump a system, because now it's required. I would hope that wouldn't be the case, but it is an issue that concerns me. And of course, given our friend down the street, you can't sell at market value. And by the way, what we see in these cases, and a couple of them in Glen Hills, is that developers will come in, they'll buy the property and they'll hold it, hoping for the day that they can come up with sewer. And of course, they have much deeper pockets than the average citizen does. Next one. So what we'd like to do is remove that requirement that you demonstrate a failed system. And in effect, what we're saying is, if you're in a restricted area, that's essentially the failure. In other words, we're not asking the council or you in your recommendations to say, well, let's just make that change again. What we're saying is that that's effectively what we've got anyway. When Alan and his people, and they're very good people. Alan's a solid engineer. We've worked with him for a long time. I trust his judgment. When he says these things, they're true. But that's the point. They're true. We don't have any alternatives to it. Next, Mary. So just to sort of sum this up, we need recognition that an RA designation is essentially the same thing as a failure. We need the ability to plan ahead, since financing isn't going to come to our rescue probably in my lifetime. There are other areas that need this worse than we do, and have citizens who frankly have far less means than we do, although we're not by any means a rich area. Most of us are retired and have been living in the community for a number of years. And we're hopeful that down the road this financing problem gets solved. And I think, is that the end of it? Okay. So the bottom point on that slide is what we're talking about. We need solutions before it becomes a public health problem. I think that's it.
That's it for this
Okay, thank you. Brandon, you want to go?
Hey, good afternoon. My name is Brandon Beach. I live at 9211 Overley Drive, Rockville, Maryland, in the Potomac Highlands community. And in the summer of 2017, I worked with a group of my neighbors in North Overley section of my neighborhood to request a septic survey under the program that was available at the time. I submitted letters from 13 property owners, neighbors, documenting the concerns they had regarding the age and the quality of their current septic systems and the concerns about the lack of suitable replacement options due to the topography of the properties and the setback requirements for the existing wells and streams. The county initiated a septic survey, and on 10 January 2018, Mr. Sukup held a public meeting to brief the survey participants of the preliminary findings. And you saw the map from that, one of the maps from that meeting, where he overlaid all of the different setback requirements to show where you could put new septics. And the findings bore out our suspicions. Most of our septic systems in the area are aging pre-1975 systems, and our properties are severely constrained for septic replacement. Several have no area where they could put a new septic system. We expected that our survey would be completed in short order, as it was all wrapped up and the preliminary findings had been handed to us, and we were told to expect it to be done soon. However, our survey was halted because new hurdles were added requiring a documented failure of a septic system to complete a survey. We currently don't have a documented septic failure in our specific study area, though there are documented failures in the neighborhood. But requiring us to have one before we can complete the survey and begin to address the inevitable problems that are on their way is really just unconscionable. It requires years of organizing and working together with neighbors to get the necessary plans for the sewer system, the site surveys, the planning, the estimates, and then it requires another several years at least to develop a coalition of neighbors that are willing to put money up or have the money or are financially able to contribute to work together and purchase a system. These kind of things this is all work that has to be done well in advance of a septic failure. Once you have the failure, you're kind of in a crisis situation. You don't have years and years to get all of this together, and you certainly are going to at that point be doing it alone because whoever's the person with the failure is the one that has to act. I'm making a simple request to just drop the language that that a documented failure needs to be removed, that a documented failure needs to be shown to allow for a study. That requirement appears in 2GC of the draft comprehensive plan. It's my understanding that if without that restriction, our study would be almost complete and ready to wrap up. And if the findings were to surprise us and that we were a wonderful place for septic, and that's the way the county thinks scientifically we should be, we can abide by that, but our strong feeling is that science is going to bear out what has been discussed by Mr. Sukup already, that our area is not good for septic and that we need to begin planning for for a sewer system.
You want the word potential in there, that you could have potential failures.
I don't want, I mean, I don't want to have any requirement that we prove, I mean, everybody has a potential failure.
Yeah.
The purpose of a study is to look at a problem and solve the problem before it happens. So if we could drop the language that requires there to be a failure, or any mention of a failure, or even specifically say that we do not need to document a failure to get a study, that would be great. We're not asking for anything other than what the studies show to be required, but we would like the study to be completed. And also, as has been stated, right now we have a study that hasn't been completed, but which preliminary findings have been put out, which are not good for us. We have an open study, and we have no ability to address it because it can't be closed and allow us to petition for change to sewer, or for it to change its findings and find that we're suddenly a very great place for septic. That's all I have. Thanks for your time. Happy to answer any questions and appreciate the opportunity.
And I think we have one last speaker.
Let's see, where do I get the slides up? Which way? Alt. F5 what? Where do I find my presentation here? Oh, yeah, if you could help me out, thank you. Curlin, that's it. Oh, that's great. And I just use that to move forward. Hi. Good afternoon. My name is Jeffrey. Oop, let me take this off. I'm sorry. I'm Jeffrey Curlin. I'm president of the Potomac Highlands Community Association, of which the folks here are some of my neighbors. But we do have a formal association in which I've been the president the past 6 years. I'm here to represent the association in my comments. I want to start out by saying that Peter and Mary and Brandon have focused a bit on the how to deal with these review areas and what they mean, and how they're constraining us. What I want to highlight today is the actual process as defined in the master plan when somebody has a failure. Brandon's touched on this a bit, but it's not like when you have a failure when you're on sewer. Gee, you got a leaky sewer pipe. You call up a plumber, he comes out to a backhoe, digs up the ground, patches the pipe, replace whatever, boom, you're good to go. Problem fixed. Maybe it takes you a few weeks, whatever, but it's done. You have a septic failure, you'll have the same problems. You have toilets that won't flush and drains that won't drain. You can't just call up a plumber. It's a very convoluted process. We're going to talk about that today. So I'm referencing first the 2000 master plan and what they call service envelopes. And in this map, which is the Potomac area, the brown colored lines designate what the council has designated as approved sewer envelopes. If you drill down on that map, we come upon the Glen Hills area. And supposedly, this, if I got this mouse working here, if you follow my line with the brown colors, this is the sewer envelope as it runs around the Glen Hills area. Most of Glen Hills area is in there. Some isn't. I don't know quite why it doesn't go down this way, but it is what it is. We'll talk about that. And this is our community right here. Which I find interesting. These are supposedly areas already served by sewer. My house is, well, we'll get to that in a minute. It's down over here, which has sewer, and the plan is not accurate because it doesn't reflect the sewer that was put in the early 80s, as are a few other neighbors. This big area up here it's not connected well, it's a sewer area, but it's not part of whatever. These are just disparate areas defined as sewer envelopes. Now, this is another map in the same document that talks about sewer envelopes. And we're back to this question of who's in and who's out, because there's a very important impact to the owner if you're in or out and have a septic system. Again, this is the Glen Hills area. I'm going to drill down into that. I try to blow this up as best as possible. But these other little areas in here, these are yellow areas that are supposedly within the planned sewer envelope. It's not really an envelope. I don't know why they call it that, because an envelope is something that's typically enclosed, but that's the term they've chosen. But really you have clustering of areas. How they specifically got chosen, this was way back in 2002, I really don't know. I don't know how many people can speak for this and tell us why they got chosen as they did, but it's a very important distinction. Because when you're in a sewer envelope and you have, well, whether you are or not, is what we're going to talk about here, and you have a failure, how you get that failure, what your remedies are very important. Up here, so if you have a failure and you're within depending whether you're in that sewer envelope, if you are, and you're fit one of two categories, one or three or all the others, it's a pretty straightforward process to be able to get WSSC to figure out how to put a sewer in. Not to say you're going to get any time quick, but the process itself is pretty simple. If you are not in that envelope, you follow this, which I kind of call purgatory. Because first DP comes out and got to see what your options are for relief. Then they have to go through all kinds of administrative changes and processes, which then says if you're abutting or not abutting, whatever. And if you're not, you end up in the county council and having them to help figure this all out. These steps take time. And we're not talking days, weeks, we're talking years, as some of these folks here can testify. This is purgatory. This isn't having a sewer and calling up a plumber with a backhoe. Even this process is long and timely, but nothing like down here. So being in this envelope, can yes or no, and how you got into that envelope is a heck of a problem. So if being designated in or outside a planned sewer envelope has serious implications. If you're inside, the approval process is relatively straightforward. The timeframes are well established and reasonable for a sewage connection. I use the word reasonable in quotes because everything is relative. If you're a homeowner with a failed septic system, a couple of years may not be reasonable. If a property owner is outside that sewer envelope, the approval process is absurdly complicated. Decision-making approval is arbitrary, as residents in our community have found out. Timeframes are indeterminate, can extend years. There's no law or regulation that says somebody has 30 days, 90 days, whatever, to move the thing forward from one desk to the next. It just goes on when they get to make a decision. All the while, a homeowner, it could be dumping raw sewage into nearby properties, waterways, and public lands. Say nothing of incurring inordinate legal expense and cost to manage this approval process. Also, say nothing but happens to real estate values and impacts on home improvements. The key thing is it's indeterminate, it's arbitrary, expensive, and there are environmental. When people come up and say, oh, sewers can be environmentally bad, whatever. Pumping raw sewage from a failed septic system, this isn't a rocket science type of question to be answered. And I'm a rocket scientist, I'll tell you, it's not that difficult. Recommendations are simple. I like you all to go one step beyond recommended changes that focus solely on review areas. Recognize Glen Hill is within a sewer envelope as shown back in 2002 master plan, and use the 2013 study findings as a rationale for a practical, simple approach to problem solving. I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. I hate to jump in front here, but I have some thoughts about this, which I hope I can get the board's reaction to. I don't oppose extension of public water and sewer to Glen Hills, and well, I wouldn't say that I'm a big fan of the water and sewer policy as a growth management tool. I think there are reasons to be hesitant about the precedent that it would set for subdivision in other parts of the county. But really, I think the main thing I want to focus everybody's attention on is who pays. And I think that this breaks down along, I mean, there's many layers to this. It's not just as simple as, well, what's affordable based on household income. And Mr. Sukup was talking about the EPA's, 2% standard. I think that that's part of it, but one layer is the number of properties sharing the cost and the length of the extension. So in the case of the example in that WSSC staff presentation to their board, there was a neighborhood of 15 properties, and basically the shortfall with the front foot benefit charge was effectively $250,000. Okay. If every project in every neighborhood were $250,000, that I think would add up pretty quickly, but it might not be astronomical. It might not be beyond what's reasonable to ask the government to afford. But of course, there are going to be neighborhoods, and I can think of cases that we've addressed here over the years involving single properties that wanted extensions and were very adamant that they felt that they should be entitled to an extension because otherwise their property was not, it couldn't be developed. Or in some cases they had uses that were non-conforming and then they wanted to redevelop or add a house or whatnot, and suddenly they find themselves unable to meet current standards because their lot doesn't have room for a septic field or it won't perk or whatever the situation was. So we've had situations where people wanted hundreds of feet of extension for a single house. And obviously, if you got one house with a long extension, you're talking about a huge subsidy if you're going to say the government is on the hook for everything above 2% of the relevant household income. So that's the first layer to it, is we're talking about different situations as far as how many properties are served by an extension, how long an extension is, what that's going to cost, and what that implies about what the amount of subsidy is. The second variable is, of course, the socioeconomics of the neighborhood. And those two things are related insofar as, I think in some ways Glen Hills is an easy case because you have quite a few properties all close together that could be served by relatively short extensions, and so the amount of the subsidy is limited and relatively high, maybe not uniformly high. I don't want to make any assumptions about every single person who lives in the neighborhood, but relatively high household incomes. Once you do that, though, it's going to be very hard to push back on the idea that a single extension of some length to a relatively socioeconomically disadvantaged neighborhood in a different part of the county shouldn't be subsidized to whatever extent is necessary to provide service. Because they're going to say, you gave it to the people in Potomac, why won't you give it to us? And the argument that, well, Potomac, Glen Hills really only needed a small subsidy, you need an enormous subsidy, is probably going to be, you can understand why that's going to be a difficult discussion. The third variable, I would say, is that owners of individual properties are not similarly situated. And that has at least two subparts. Subpart A is there are some people, and I know this is true of Glen Hills, who lived in the neighborhood for decades. And they bought their house when septic was available, perhaps using some earlier generation of technology that wouldn't be considered environmentally sound today. But in any case, they've lived there for a long time. The septic is now failing. There's a lot of hardship involved in saying, well, you had a house, you've lived in it for a long time, you bought the house when septic was available and suitable and functional, and now it's not anymore, so now your property is, basically not usable unless you can get some kind of relief. There's other properties, and I'm aware of some in the general vicinity of Glen Hills, and I don't want to point fingers at anybody, where people have not subdivided because they couldn't get a separate lot to perk. And so for those folks, you have a situation where they bought the land with full knowledge that there was no public water and sewer service, and now, years later, they're eyeing this situation. They know that some of their neighbors are agitating for sewer service because they've been on septic for a long time and it's not working, and they're really in a bind. And they see the opportunity that now, if you could get public water and sewer, you could subdivide the lot and pay for your kids' college education. And I think that's troubling, not because, as I say, I don't think it's the most well-considered growth management tool. So I'm not saying this is so much about would it be the end of the world if somebody got to subdivide one of their lots. But what I do think it's obvious raises questions of fairness to taxpayers and or ratepayers. If somebody needs an extension that's very expensive and the amount of contribution they're supposed to make towards that extension is capped by 2% of their annual income or some other number that doesn't cause them to have to pay the full freight, and suddenly, as a result of that subsidy, which could be tens of thousands of dollars to a property, they suddenly have a developable lot that's now worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, where yesterday they had an undevelopable piece of dirt. So I think that raises obvious questions about equity and the fairness of the burden that spreads to everybody. The last part of this is something that you alluded to, sir, when you mentioned this free rider or the wait and see problem, where you get people that say, hey, the county has now decided that it's a public health emergency if there's sewage that's seeping into the streams, and so now what really choice do they have but to provide service? And so I'm just going to sit here and wait and hope that either the county and or WSSC and or my neighbors decide to pick it up, and hope that I won't get dinged for it, or if I do, it'll be many years from now. Maybe the person who buys my property next is going to have to foot the bill, or if I pay, it's going to be at some discount to what it would cost. And certainly I can take my time and decide when that's convenient for me, instead of having to take out a home equity line of credit or something, try to front the money today. So I guess what I'm saying here is not that I'm against any of this, but just that I think that it does put the cart before the horse to adopt these changes before working out all these questions about how it's going to be paid for. And, a couple of you have said, well, we hope that if we make some of these changes that we're looking for, then the financing can be worked out later. And I just submit to you that's a recipe for a bunch of problems in terms of conflict between neighbors, conflicts between property owners and the government, et cetera. And it's also invites some of the free riding problems, or if you prefer, the wait and see problem type of things that you had mentioned earlier. I really think that the question of what is the scope of the problem, how many neighborhoods are likely to be eligible or be targets for extension of service under these changes, and to think through, perhaps there should be caps on the subsidies, just as there's a cap on the amount that the EPA has decided is affordable for each homeowner. Maybe there should be a cap on the amount of subsidy it's reasonable to expect the governor, WSSC, or the neighbors to pay collectively to subsidize a service to other properties that can't or don't want to pay for it. And I think, anyway, you get my point. So I guess my position here is that, the question is like, well, why wouldn't you just say you can do a study anyway if you don't see a failing septic system? And part of the answer to that question is, if you don't have to show septic's failing, then the test is simply, if I say, hey, I live in a neighborhood that's not suitable for septic, whether or not I have a failing septic system, I can trigger a study which costs money and expenditure of resources and time and energy, and where the conclusion of that study is, yeah, you're right, you live in a neighborhood that's not suitable for septic, so then presumably you're eligible for whatever subsidy mechanisms is set up, whether you have failing septic or anybody else in your neighborhood has a failing septic system or not. So it's not, I understand the problem with requiring proof that septic is failing on some property that would be served by the line, but I think you can see the flip side of that, which is if you just say, let's study anybody who says their neighborhood is unsuitable, even if they may not even have they may not even have septic on their property today because they may not have a house on the lot. They could simply say, my neighbor's not suitable, but I own property here, and I sure would like it to be served because then I could sell it, right? I could develop it, I could subdivide it. And so I'm not really comfortable with the idea of making some of these tweaks, again, which are not wrong-headed and taken in isolation, but again, I think the better course would be to suggest to the council that all these issues about how these are financed really need to happen first before we go any further in these discussions of, well, couldn't we just make it easier in these particular cases, because they're sympathetic, they're legitimate, they're not, it's not that I think that we shouldn't find a way to provide service, but I just think it really opens up a Pandora's box if you're going to make these kind of modifications to relax the policy. And that, by the way, is the answer to your question. How did some of these properties get in or out? I mean, part of this was as part of master plan process. Certain people didn't want more growth in the neighborhood. They wanted everybody to be on a big lot. So they sort of used this as a sort of 2 cube by half way to add an additional restriction on development beyond the zoning restrictions. Some of it has been the back and forth over the years of people who've had failing septic, or they've had some other justification that sounded, reasonable and sympathetic to the county council, and they've made exceptions. And so it's haphazard. There's no doubt about it. But I don't think the answer is to continue down this path of just kind of nibbling around the edges of trying to accommodate, in this case, some folks in a couple of neighborhoods in one particular part of the county, which are important and valid, but don't really consider the big picture of what would happen if you went down that road for everybody, because I'm just really concerned that you're going to find that this is a really open-ended obligation that the county would be taking on if they were to go down that path without sorting out the money.
And could I just add a couple of points for the record? Gwen Wright, Planning Director. I didn't realize we were going to be getting into a detailed Glen Hills discussion at this particular meeting, and I really understand that the chair is very familiar with the whole Glen Hills situation. I'm not sure the other board members are as aware of it. There's been a lot of discussion about Glen Hills for many, many years. There was a resolution in March of 2016 about the Glen Hills area, and this was a resolution by the county council, and the council said in that resolution the use of on-site septic systems continues to be the primary wastewater disposal method within the study area, consistent with master plan recommendations and water and sewer plan service policies. The provision of public sewer service continues to be used to relieve cases involving documented septic system failures as needed, and that DEP and DPS should coordinate to evaluate and recommend as needed the establishment of special sewer service areas within Glen Hills. These are areas where future septic system repair or replacement limitations may require the eventual use of public sewer. There was a discussion after this resolution about doing an actual master plan amendment to address this in fiscal year 2018. And a decision was made by the council not to do a limited master plan amendment in fiscal year 2018, but rather to ask executive staff to investigate whether this issue could be addressed through an amendment to the water and sewer plan. So here we are with an amendment to the water and sewer plan. But I think what we have to be clear about, and I don't know if Alan or anyone else from DEP or DPS wants to talk about this, I think that their recommendations in the water and sewer plan are to make some very limited changes, but not to completely reverse course on Glen Hills. And the other thing, I do have a message that was put in our chat from Keith Levchenko, wanting to clarify that the work group report about these subsidies focused on properties within the planned sewer envelope. And Glen Hills is not within the planned sewer envelope. So it wasn't envisioned, at least in the work group report, to be part of any new subdistrict or subsidy regime. So I just want to make, again, provide a little bit of that background and provide this additional information from Keith. And I do want to just say that if we need to have a more detailed discussion about Glen Hills, I think that probably needs to be in its own forum.
Yeah, well, I didn't mean to, I think my point here is that I don't want to talk about Glen Hills at any length either. The problem is that, it's kind of the nature of these sort of things that whoever is aggrieved at the moment is going to be the people who come down to the planning board or the county council and they'll make their case. Obviously, people who aren't thinking about developing a property, don't have failing septic, are living their lives, doing their thing, are happily, contentedly, going through their lives, and they're not spending time following water and sewer category changes. But I guess this is why I'm saying we shouldn't be doing these incremental changes until we sort out the financing. That's the point, because if you start doing these little bits and pieces, that's how we got this goofy-looking map, is by everybody saying, well, this neighbor, oh my God, they're really in a bad shape, and this church wants a PIF extension, and by the way, Bob Eisner has a really cool project and for a country inn, and wouldn't that be a nice thing? And that's all true, but that's how we got this convoluted mess. And not only is it convoluted, it's not that I'm so much into the elegance and simplicity of nicely drawn, polygons on the map. It's that somebody's going to be on the hook for this, and that to me should have been addressed a long time ago. And I'm just saying, like, hey, hold on, let's not try to help a few people right now in ways that are just going to get us further down this path of nobody has ever really sorted out, and someday the bill's going to come due in a bigger way.
So, so Mr. Chair, are you suggesting that, which is I think what I'm hearing, but is that really the issue before us would be not just to kind of tweak the plan with around the edges, but to actually put on a work program, not sure whose work program that is, but, probably combination of DEP and planning, to look at the water and sewer policy in a comprehensive fashion, starting with a funding question. Like, how is that, start with that and then elevate it to a more comprehensive review of the plan and the policies, so that we don't get into this type of a situation where everything's being done piecemeal as we continue.
Well, that's pretty close. But like Gwen said, when this Glen Hills thing came up a few years ago, the resolution that was to say, all right, we're going to have some short-term Band-Aid fixes, and by the way, we should do a comprehensive review of the water and sewer policy. That didn't happen. I think it's not accidental that it didn't happen, because that is a can of worms. Man, it'll be, when I'm gone, somebody at some point, maybe it'll be you guys, is going to have to wrestle with all those issues, and it will be a huge mud wrestling match. So I think the reason that didn't happen is because nobody really wants to do that unless they really have to. So what I'm sort of suggesting here is, yeah, eventually there does need to be that. I think at some point it will become clear that there's no avoiding it. In the meantime, let's suggest that an interim sort of modified limited hangout kind of solution is if you're not going to do a total overhaul, a comprehensive look at the water and sewer policy before dealing with issues like the ones that have been raised today, at least do the financing part, at least on an interim basis, and perhaps with some consideration of a cap to the public subsidy or some upper limitations on what the government is going to sign up to do, and at least think through those different situations that I laid out, those different layers. It doesn't have to be the solution to all financing problems for all time, but at least if there were a framework for considering the financing of water and sewer extensions outside the envelope under these type of situations where there's no suitable opportunity for septic service, whether or not somebody needs to prove their septic system failed or not is really less significant, I think. If you worked out what is the framework for paying for it, and that at least could be like an interim way of containing that and not raising expectations that everybody who can prove their neighborhood isn't suitable for septic service can just say, raise their hand and say, oh, please give me subsidized extensions, whether you're inside or outside the envelope, and then we can go forward. And eventually there'll be a comprehensive look. But I think what I'm suggesting has some chance of getting everybody at the council to say, yeah, we don't really want to go down that road, or just let's spend the next couple of years fighting about the water and sewer policy, all the issues that are raised by that with growth management and the environment and all that sort of thing. But at least this is something we could deal with that would be the responsible way to get in front of it without just putting the taxpayers or ratepayers on the hook for whatever that amount of money turns out to be. And then they could make some of these relatively minor changes to address some of these issues. And none of us would have to be concerned that it would just get out of control, which is that's my concern, is that you go down this road and then pretty soon everybody's saying, me too. Some people are saying me too, and other people are saying wait and see, and in any case, the economics of it are not good.
Mr. Chairman, can I raise one point?
Bear with me. We'll get back to you if we need you, but I got to get to the board.
Just a couple other comments. Again, we embarked on this Thrive 2050, and I think I raised the issue there, was to have an assessment about what is needed to support the development. And we're talking about equity in terms of housing and affordability of housing. We're concentrated on getting there, but once you get to the property, how do you supply it with water? How do you drain it from sewage? So from that standpoint, my experience, I live in Rockshire, so we relate to neighbors in Glen. Right. So we've heard that. I've heard that discussion. I've been there since '69 in Rockshire. And that's always been an issue. And even some of the things that come to us, I see, well, this property's getting in it, but that one, if you just went a few more feet, you could get it to the next property in a more comprehensive way. My exposure has been with NOAA surveying the Potomac and the Chesapeake, and there are issues of pollution from things that do escape. We talked about the quarry and other things like that, capturing, contaminated water supplies. Again, we have an environmental issue in the county, stream valleys, et cetera. I think there's a need to, and I asked the first question to Jason, what's the difference between item 10 and 12? Well, one's going to the council and one's going to the executive, and there's WSHC as a third party, and we're a fourth party in this process. So what the chairman is saying, kind of bringing it together in some sense, I think would be very important. When you look at the treatment plants for the WSSC and Rockville, city of Rockville, I think they're upstream from this area. There's down county areas that are affected. Somebody spent millions of dollars to put a sewer under the Beltway to get drainage or sewer out to the treatment plants down in DC. So I think we also talk about in Silver Spring, certain lots, like there was a big hotel proposed, but there was issues with WSSC meeting the requirements of the corner of Georgia and Colesville. So I think something a little more comprehensive in WSSC. Now, when I was at MCDOT, we tried to do a road, and WSSC would say, oh, well, we don't have the money to move the pipes. So I actually said, well, we had quick take, so we would get the property and we would even do the design of moving some of their pipes of storage. So again, a more cooperative, defined where we're going in the county to improve access, the environment, and then also, the housing availability, affordable housing. So some people can pay, some can't. I'm thinking of the particular community behind the Navy Hospital and NIH there. I think that's a community that's been in many years and never did get storage. So they would benefit if we had a plan for where we could comprehensively get WSSC, the planning board, council, the other executive agencies, and get together on where we're going with water and sewer. I think would be very important and might meet some of your needs. A short-term review study, 6 months or less, maybe a year at the most, but something that could be taken up with the board and the council over the next fiscal year. We'll have a new election, maybe some different people's viewpoints are coming to the fore. But that's just my comments.
I think I'm prepared to make a proposal, which is that we tell, I think our comments in this should be that these changes are appropriate as far as they go, but first the council should adopt a framework for figuring out how to pay for these, which consider factors including the number of properties and how long the extension is, and therefore the total cost of the project and how much is going to be the total cost of the project on a per property or per connection basis. Secondly, the socioeconomic conditions of the neighborhood and therefore how much the residents or property owners can be expected to pay. Thirdly, the different situations for owners, some of whom have undeveloped land, some of whom are owner-occupied houses that have lived in the neighborhood for some time and now have failing septic after many decades of relying on septic service. And also, lastly, how to account for the free rider or the wait-and-see problem as we've discussed what happens. And I just would suggest, if in fact there is, a neighborhood is not suitable for septic service, there should be some mechanism to compel property owners to participate. Perhaps there can be some kind of mechanism so they can defer payment until they sell their land or something like that. But I think we want to make sure that there's that expectations are set appropriately, that the costs are going to be allocated equitably in every sense of the word. And that's my
Well, I'd add to that prioritization of those developed properties that are already developed over those that are undeveloped. Because if they're trying to use, if the overall policy is to use the water and sewer envelopes or policies as a growth management tool, then make it a growth management tool as opposed to, pretending that you're not. Because it clearly, once a property is developed and is housed, I'm looking at it from an equitable standpoint, that it's, the priority on those considerations should be given to those properties that are already developed and inhabited, because those that are not developed, they shouldn't be they should not be the priority, because you're trying to address the concerns and the problems that residents have, and that needs to be at the forefront.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think that's one of the things that I would hope the council would consider, including whether, and if this were a tax, there would be a lot of legal issues around charging different people different things at different times, but there may be an opportunity to say when you're subdividing that you have to pay the full freight, whereas if you're you are an owner who's occupied the property in a house for some, and now you've got a failing septic system, that you're eligible for some kind of subsidy or something along those lines. But I think rather than try to sort that out here, we can just sort of suggest some of these factors that the council ought to try to consider, and they could send it back to us or to Alan or WSC or whoever they want to try to sort out the details along, and I'm sure there'll be input from many interested property owners if we did that. I'm pretty sure.
I would support that, but again, I would say that I think there should be a broader effort when we are having this Thrive 2050, maybe not in that context, but just getting WSSC, planning, and the other executive agencies together to see where we are going. We're encouraging development, we're encouraging affordable housing and equity in that issue. So I think there maybe needs to be a broader analysis of whether there's sufficient water and sewer capacity.
Said back in 2018, and
yeah,
nobody
maybe
really.
take another look at that then, or
Yeah.
something. Okay.
Well, and I would say we can recommend that they take a look at the broader policy, but not to wait until then to sort out the money.
Sure.
Could I get a?
Well, actually, before, if you could, we could definitely add this, for the record, again, Jason Sartori, Chief of Countywide Planning and Policy. We can definitely add those comments into a transmittal letter to the council. I did want to ask also if the board wanted to weigh in on one other thing, as Mr. Sukup mentioned, allowing the transfer of the abutting mains hookup rights from a parent lot to an outlot was not addressed in the executive draft. It was something that had been discussed in the preparation of the draft, and I think may have been included in an earlier draft of the plan. However, the county executive took that, did not include that in his draft. And you may recall that you had a case that came before the board in January.
I mean, I think this is the subdivision problem I'm talking about, of like, somebody has an outlot that now they want to develop. Probably somebody should at least think about whether they should not be entitled to the same subsidy that otherwise would be available to a previously developed property. But I think that we should just point that out as an example of how whatever financing system is established should account for that sort of situation.
But even beyond the financing, the idea of whether or not that transfer should be allowed, is that something you want to provide comment on? You did, in a previous case, you did recommend that in that particular instance, it be allowed. We could.
I don't personally have a problem with it as long as somebody figures out how to pay for it. Okay. That's my position. So I would say we recommend the staff comments and then, yeah, that.
I kind of see that as a case-by-case issue. I mean, I'd want to understand what the property isn't, what the particular property seeking the transfer into it is, how it's situated in a certain, so I wouldn't want it as an overall, just a blanket okay. I'd want it, I think it's clearly a case-by-case. I mean, it might be one of those that would be considered as part of the subdivision that would take it from an outlot to a lot. It could be a consideration, but I don't think that there should be a blanket allowance for it.
Yeah, I mean, I just think then the question is going to be, what are the criteria for a case-by-case evaluation? You'd have to write that into this in some way.
Agreed, but I still think it needs to be, there need to be certain findings made, or, a consideration. And that's fine, the devil's in the details, but I wouldn't want it to be a blanket.
Well, okay, in that case, maybe we could just make the recommendation that outlots be allowed to transfer their right to connect on a case-by-case basis, and with appropriate findings by the planning board as part of subdivision. I don't really think we need to get too far into that. Okay, so that's my proposal. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That is approved. Thank you all for coming down. Okay, it's time for item 12, the water and sewer category map amendments proposed by the county executive with Catherine Nelson.
Thanks. Good afternoon. For the record, Catherine Nelson with the Up County Planning, and also here, Patrick Butler, Chief of Up County, and we also have the Department of Environmental Protection, Alan Sukup, here. Before you this afternoon are 5 cases. So this is another amendment to the water and sewer plan focused on individual properties. Unfortunately, this time, these are the administrative cases that fit well within established guidelines within the water and sewer plan and master plan guidance. This meeting is required by state law so that the planning board can weigh in on how these cases fit in with area master plans. The first case in Cloverly, Joseph Merritt. This one is in the Cloverly master plan area, and in the image you can see the red lines are sewer lines. So this property is within the sewer envelope and actually has infrastructure across the property. So the recommendation is to approve sewer service to this property. The next 2 cases are in Damascus and strongly related to the Damascus master plan, which opened them up to water and sewer service. So there is extensive design guidelines and recommendations within the Damascus master plan. So the staff recommendation and the county executive recommendation is to conditionally approve these categories such that when the developer does follow the cluster development method and also other master plan guidance, that they would receive the full water and sewer category. This is a tweak from the staff report. We didn't include water service in the staff report, but the recommendation should include water. But the master plan says a lot more about sewer, and water is much more permissive within the master plan. And so this is where it's located in the master plan. And the second case is on the other side of the master plan sewer envelope with a similar recommendation to conditionally approve based on following master plan guidance during development. And also on this one, water service is included with the sewer recommendation. The third case in Olney, I'm showing you here the sewer envelope. I just wanted to point out that this property is well within the Olney service area, and but they're asking for water service. If you can look on the graphic, there is a water line in the street confronting this property. So the recommendation is to approve water service for this property. Finally, the Willow Springs property in Potomac, in Glen Hills. However, this one isn't as complicated because there is a sewer line in the street outside of this property, and so they are eligible for a single sewer hookup, and the recommendation is to approve sewer service. That completes a review of the cases. Your recommendations will be transmitted to the county executive for their decision-making.
Are there questions or comments, or would anybody like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to transmit the comments to the county executive.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? That is approved. And it's time for item 11. Okay, we're ready for item 11, which is a continuation of the hearing that we began on June 2nd on the conditional use for 12120 Price Distillery Road with Josh Penn.
Good afternoon. For the record, Josh Penn with Up County Planning Division. As the chair just said, we are here for 12120 Prices Distillery Road, which is a conditional use number CU 2022-07, and a Forest Conservation Plan amendment entitled SC 2022-014. It was originally before the Planning Board on June 2nd, 2022. Then we had it rescheduled for June 30, which was then subsequently canceled. So then we recontinued today on July 7th. The posting of this item consisted of the original staff report and appendices. The staff report was only modified slightly to correct typos and minor errors, but it's otherwise the same version that you received in the original packet. Just to recap what we're doing, staff is recommending denial of the conditional use based on not in substantial conformance with the master plan, and it's not in conformance with adequate public facilities under sanitary sewer and public roads, and the general conditional use findings of non-inherent adverse effects of the use on the property. However, staff is recommending approval of the Forest Conservation Plan Amendment, SC 2022-014. Just so we know where we're at, we are located at 12120 Prices Distillery Road, which is located north of Clarksburg and west of Damascus, highlighted here by the red star. The neighborhood does include the area about 5,000 feet surrounding the property, and is generally in the same zones, looking at large residential area lots and ag reserve. The surrounding area is predominantly unimproved farmland, parkland, and wooded parcels. There is one existing conditional use in the area, S2310, February 6th for a landscape contractor. There is a question whether it's still operating, but it is still on the books and has not been revoked. So. The subject property you can see here in
So,
yellow.
Mr. Penn, has anybody gone by to check and see if it's still operating?
I did not see any signs that it was operating, but like I said, I checked the records. It has not been rescinded, and there's no application to make it non-conforming, or no longer in existence. The property is 32.69 acres. The land is improved with two barn structures, one 72,000 square foot and one smaller 26,000 square foot building. The smaller barn structure is a historic barn structure known as the John M. King Barn. Access is from Price's Distillery Road, which is via a 1,200 foot long gravel driveway. The proposed conditional use area will take place on approximately 3.84 acres of overall property. It is a conditional use approval to validate the existing use on the property, which has been noticed by DPS for a notice of violation as needing a conditional use to operate. The staff will include up to 25 on-site employees. The breakdown of on-site employees includes 4 owner-managers and 21 field crew as per the statement of justification for a total of 25 staff. The operation has both morning and afternoon peak hours, arriving and leaving the contract yard. Looks like they currently have a fleet of 15 vehicles, 18 in the future, 12 of which are stake body dump trucks, box trucks under 26,000 pounds, and 3 larger trucks over 26,000 pounds in weight. Other equipment does include flatbed and box trailers, chippers, and a bobcat. This is the conditional use area as shown in aerial photograph. You can see the large barn structure, which is towards Price's Distillery Road, the historic John M. King Barn in the back, which is further away from Price's Distillery Road, the parking area, gravel milling coming into the site, the fuel storage area, and the on-site chemical toilet. This is in the 1985 Damascus Master Plan. There was no site-specific recommendations, and it did substantially conform with the 1985 Damascus Master Plan. However, it is also in the 1996 Rustic Roads Functional Master Plan, and at the time the staff report was written, we did not have a written justification from the Rustic Roads, a written recommendation from Rustic Roads Advisory Committee, but prior to the original hearing, we did get that, and the Rustic Roads Advisory Committee did recommend denial of the application. Rustic Roads said, "We strongly and unanimously oppose the Chipinga LLC application for the conditional use. In summary, they were saying that it has impacts to significant features, including changes to the driveway apron, the John M. King barn, and the weight-limited bridges on Burnt Hill Road. The view of the barn is listed as a significant feature. It's already being negatively impacted by the portable toilet facilities and piles and millings visible from the road. Once again, these are the Rustic Roads advisory comments, not staff's comments. The application states that the operation does not require any sanitary facilities for the workers, but this spring a porta potty was placed on the site. Rustic Roads also noted in their letter there's a negative pattern of behavior by the applicant. This official recommendation was sent to via email to the MCP chair as part of the record, and it has been reviewed by staff and incorporated into staff's recommendations. So one of the main situations we have here is adequate public facilities. Sanitary sewer is believed to be a basic public facility to ensure safe sanitation is provided. The applicant's position is that there's no sanitary service is needed, and the finding that it can be made is adequate because there is no need for on-site sanitary facilities. Staff and the applicant both explored alternative methods of sanitary facilities and could not find a proper long-term method of sanitation. We looked at chemical toilets, we looked at composting toilets, we looked at pumping, holding stations, etc. We could not find a legitimate, under the law, way to provide sanitary sewers in the long-term service for the site on site. There is a concern for the health, safety, and welfare of the visitors, employees, in addition to the nearby neighbors or residents of the surrounding properties. The applicant's position was considered in the analysis of the application. However, the required finding of adequate public facilities cannot be made because there is no on-site sanitary facilities for the employees. Public roads. The county code defines rustic roads or rustic exception as predominantly agricultural and natural areas, contains low volume of traffic uses. The finding for adequate public facilities cannot be made due to the information provided regarding the use of impacts of vehicles on rustic roads, with the most common concern from both rustic roads and staff is the impacts on the weight-limited bridges on Price's Distillery and Burnt Hill, and there's another one off of Burnt Hill and Kingston Road. Staff does believe that there is a non-inherent adverse effect of not being able to provide sanitary facilities on site, and that is unique to this. So that's kind of there. We can go in this more detail if you want later, but I just wanted to kind of get through the basics of it so we can get to the applicant's presentation. Landscaping, we saw the landscaping issue last time. There's a discrepancy between staff's representation of what the parking area should be and what the applicant's description of the parking area would be. We can address that either way, but it's there. So we're going to skip through these a little bit just because landscaping lighting is adequate. They're not adding any new additional lighting, and the existing stuff does meet standards. It is exempt from the 2022 LATR because it has fewer than 50 peak hour trips, and there's no sidewalks or master plan bikeways because it is a rustic road. Site distance, the site distance evaluation form was submitted and signed by the engineer as good. Staff did not receive a copy of the approved form, but it does appear they have adequate site distance for the access point. And this is just kind of give you a picture or a visual of what we're talking about with the weight limited bridge. This is the Burnt Hill Kingstead Road, which is weight limited at 30,000 pounds. There's also a Kings Hill Burnt Hill Bridge, which is weight restricted at 50,000 pounds. The Forest Conservation Plan is in compliance with law. It does amend a previously approved forest conservation plan that was associated with a minor subdivision. It does increase the net tract area, which increases the planting requirement by 0.77 acres, which is planned to be met on off-site, but on the parent tract at a 2-to-1 ratio or a 1.5 acre planting requirement. The applicant or the plan does propose 2.15 acres of planting on the parent tract, which is in excess of the requirement. The community did have several concerns. Past practices, as noted in the Rustic Roads Road letter, past history of dumping on this site, which was also a violation by DPS, the connection of the widened driveway with Price's Distillery Road, the commercialization of the agricultural reserve, increased local traffic on Rustic Road, equipment and noise disturbances. possible spread of tree disease, large company trucks on Burnt Hill Road, weight restricted bridge, continuation of the rest of the road comments. There has been the comments by the community about employees having loud after-hours parties. Staff could not find any indication that this was ever cited as a noise violation or any that this happened, but it was in the comments. There is a fuel shed located on the property, and it did have fuel tanks on it that, as part of a conditional use, would require permitting. They did not have permitting at the time of the original staff report. I believe they are under process of getting those fuel tanks permitted. I do not have an update yet on that status of whether they attained those permits or not. Also, there was concerns about if the salt and chemicals that were stored on site, previously the application had snow removal, and it was the initial application, which has been removed, so they're no longer asking for snow removal. But if there was any kind of chemical or salt spill on site with well and septic, there was concerns that it would leak into the watershed. Then, of course, they had the septic sanitary facility concern about having employees coming and leaving the site without any sanitary facilities on site, and then negative impact on property values. So in the community support letters, we did receive 6 letters in total. 3 of those were in the original packet, which were not mentioned in the staff report because they were on pages 100 and 102 of the 120-page document, and staff, that document was included, but staff did not call them out in the original staff report. Those letters were on Chipingo letterhead, and they stated that they understood that this was an agriculture-related use, and they were aware of an application being filed. Of the 6 letters, there was 4 unique parties. 2 of them were repeats from the original 3. 3 were sent via email after the posting of the original report. 1 of them was additionally on Chipingo letterhead. The beneficial land use for the area and no concerns of traffic or noise. All correspondence was sent to the MCB chair and was a part of the original packet from the original hearing. Post June 2nd, 2022 hearing, staff received correspondence via MCP chair and email from the applicant's team with the following concerns to make sure that we commented on the support email letters, 3 before the hearing and 3 after the posting of the application, which was in the original presentation, and once again, I brought it up here. They wanted to note the corporate office location in I believe it's in Frederick, just not too far from the site. I believe they'll speak more to that, and it was in their testimony that they provided. They also provided parks with portable toilet facilities in the northern region, showing which parks in the area had portable toilets. I will let them speak to the significance of that and what that is. Then there was the discussion of the fire marshal approval and access plan. There is an approved access plan, which was revised in, I want to say, the beginning of May, to show reduction of the asphalt millings at Price's Distillery Road. And then there was comparison photos of other driveway uses in the area. Staff could not determine where these pictures were taken as other uses in the area, but they do appear to be in the Ag Reserve Montgomery County area. However, staff was not able to determine whether those uses had any development or conditional uses associated with them. They could be just pure farming, and there is a distinction to be made. What is expected of something that comes before this board and the Rustic Roads Advisory Committee, and what does not. And then finally, they brought in the Emerald Landscaping application, which I'll go into further in just a second. Emerald Landscaping was a conditional use application, and March 24th of 2016 was before the board. You can see where it's located here in the green circle just south of the application. Here's Price's Distillery Road and Burnt Hill Road. You can see it's right here on the corner, immediately adjacent to Little Bennett Regional Park. So just to recap or give you history on the Emerald Landscaping application, staff did recommend approval for that in 2016, but after the planning board considered testimony, an outright denial a motion was made by Commissioner Presley, but no vote was taken. The case was then after discussion, the case was officially deferred. The vote was unanimous, 4-0, by Commissioner Wells Harley and seconded by Commissioner Fanny Gonzalez. Chair Anderson and Commissioner Panassu were also voting in favor of the deferral. The main issues there were landscape contractor scale, bridge impacts, and at least one member of the board at that time said that, I believe it was Ms. Presley, said that anything over 5 trucks in the area would probably be too much for this road network. And that is on the video hearing if anybody wants to go back and look at that. And they also decided that non-inherent adverse impacts of that application were scale, market area, and location. And then with that one being directly across from the trailhead from the Purdom Trail of the Bennett Regional Park, they also wanted to analyze the impacts on the trailhead, which was not done as part of that time. This application was sent on over to Parks, and Chuck Hines of our Parks Planning Department did climb in, and they have no objections to this application. Don't believe it has a direct impact to the Purdom Trail. With that being said, staff does believe that the general findings for substantial conformance can't be made, the APF finding cannot be made, and the adverse non-inherent effects cannot be made. Staff is still recommending denial on these features for the conditional use. However, as we stated earlier, the Forest Conservation Plan doesn't meet all requirements of Chapter 22A, and staff is recommending approval of the Forest Conservation Plan amendment if the application moves forward. With that, staff is here for any questions and is here to answer anything else you might have.
Okay, we have a few speakers. Karen Ryan and Leslie Seville are here. They can come up now and get settled, but while they're doing that, we'll hear from the folks on teams who are Timothy and Jacqueline Hunt and Michelle Bazzotti. Do we have the Hunts here? Online?
Yes.
Very
Camera on.
sure.
Can you see us and hear us?
Yes, yes.
So we're Timothy and Jacqueline Hunt. We live at 12304 Price's Distillery Road, which is, if you're looking at this map, sort of the southwestern side there, that little flat part that sticks down. We're directly adjacent to that. So our house is just off the corner there of the property, of the Chipingo property. We've lived there for about 30 years. And we've been farming for almost all of that. Yeah. We're devoted to farming, responsible farming practices, conservation, reforestation, and preserving the ag preserve. But in September of 2020, our neighborhood got turned upside down by this group. We knew that the farm had been sold and that a bunch of tree trucks had moved in, but we weren't really prepared for the industrial operations that started going on after that. In September, early September, I don't remember exactly when in September, but we started hearing a lot of equipment beeping back up alarms, slamming of dump truck tailgates, the sound of heavy equipment. It was really loud. In fact, there were neighbors. There's a neighbor that lives on Price's Distillery that's about a mile from the dump site there at Chipingo. He called us to complain about the noise. He thought it was us. It was that loud. And he's all the way over across the road, across Price's Distillery. So, but it continued, the noise continued, the truck traffic continued to where it was like 2 or 3 trucks at a time coming in. They would be dumping, there would be machines moving things around. I submitted pictures with one of the letters that I submitted earlier and also to the Rural Rustic Advisory Committee, where you can see piles and piles of wood chips, and all of this is on a steep slope. The debris continued to pile up. It is just up the steep slope from Little Bennett Creek head, which runs through their property and onto our property. And we have a cattle drinking access there that's an approved access. And it's gotten to where the cattle will not drink from the water. And we assume that it's probably the tannins from the wood decomposition, because they will walk a half a mile up a hill in the heat to go drink out of a secondary water source, and they never used to do that. We also noticed the frogs don't sing anymore. There was a huge area that a conservation area that was put in by a previous owner that had a lot of wildlife. That's been impacted. But anyway, to get back on point, the dumping continued every day until the road into the property, the back end of the property, got so muddy that they couldn't do it anymore. Vehicles got stuck. We could hear them pulling them out. And I included an aerial satellite photo where you can actually see the tracks where they disrupted the vegetation and the topsoil to the point where there was sedimentation running down into the river or to the creek. It's a creek at that point. And then once it became apparent that they couldn't continue dumping like this and complaints had been made, then they put the conditional use permit in and they tried to clean up the property. They did clean up, I would say, a fair amount actually, but there are still significant piles of large logs. I took them before the pictures before the vegetation grew up. And again, those are included in the materials for this meeting. But there's significant piles of large logs and wood chips, both above and below on this significant slope around the buffer area for the creek. And so we still have concern. They haven't bothered to clean that up. It can't be seen by the Rural Rustics Committee when they come by on the roads. It's not that an issue for them because it's not an eyesore, but it still does impact the environment. There is still a lot of destruction to that field there. There's also the issue of diseased wood. A lot of these issues were brought up earlier in the summary, but we've noticed a severe die-off of ash trees that started happening right when they moved in. And this came up at the RRAC meeting that they said they weren't bringing diseased trees in, but we can see the wood from our property, and we've been able to identify ash trees, and now the ash trees are all dying. Just my husband identified 40 of them in the past year and a half that have died. So we want to bring to this committee that the past pattern of destructive practices, not just here, but at Old 100 Road site, where they did the same thing. And they lie about what they're doing. Mr. Alvarez and his lawyers were caught in multiple lies during the RRAC meeting about the parties. We have multiple neighbors that witnessed it, that heard the noise, that heard the music. The party stopped immediately after that meeting when I brought it up there. They've lied about the extent of the cleanup. It's a horrible mess. I wish you could all come see it. And I think some of the pictures don't do it justice, but I wish you really look at those. Since they put in the original application, they said they weren't going to make changes. They have tripled the width of that driveway. They have stockpiled millings. We took pictures this morning and submitted them earlier today. And I don't know if you see those, but showing the piles, the huge piles of millings that you can see. You can see it on either side behind some brush. There's brush that hides it, but on either side you see this big mound of millings. And then we assume that's for expansion of operations footprint once they get their approvals. It's been brought up that there's fuel tanks that are not properly contained with secondary containment that are within a floodplain with a creek just down the way, just downhill from it. And then of personal concern, we've had probably anywhere between 6 and 12 people just randomly show up. Delivery men, trash truck pickup, somebody that was, I think, inebriated that almost hit our front porch. They're all lost. They're looking for Chipingo for various reasons. Hydraulic hose repair. And I have pictures of all these vehicles showing up. And these people trespass on our property. They get out. They start poking around in our barns and our shops, thinking that they're a Chipingo property because Chipingo is not responsible enough to give them good directions and the proper address. So they come to our property. And this has happened time and time again, starting as early as 5:30 in the morning. And it's ridiculous. We have a farm. We've lived on farms. We understand the noise, the dust, the smells. This is not a farming operation. It's not. It's not something that belongs in the ag reserve. Sorry, but it's our home.
Okay, thank you very much.
So that people who are living in the ag reserve cannot compete with these commercial enterprises, and they're not the only one. There's 3 others between our house and Damascus that are operating illegally, and we feel that nobody's doing anything about it. And we just hope you do the right thing.
Okay, thank you very much. Is Michelle Bizzotti there?
Hi, it's Michelle Bizzotti. Thank you for giving us this time to just share our concerns with the planning board. So I have two properties in this neighborhood. One we've lived in for 18 years. That's on Burnt Hill Road. So it's just across the street from the park's entrance. And we have horses, goats, sheep, a small garden. And we moved to this area because I originally come from Tennessee. I grew up, with my grandparents farming, and it's just such a wonderful experience. I really wanted that for my grandkids and my children. And so we've had that experience here at Burnt Hill, and been very happy, with the county and the restrictions that, Montgomery County always places to make living just better quality and safer. So when there is a lot, it is adjacent, it's contiguous to this property that we're talking about. It's 20 acres on Price's Distillery. The address is 12002 Price's Distillery. And so it's right there on the corner of Burnt Hill Road and Price's Distillery. There is, it's open land from that property all the way across. So you can see that driveway that keeps enlarging is right beside, their property, the whole length there. And so we actually purchased the lot last year. My daughter, myself, and my son-in-law, pulled all our funds together. I actually liquidated a lot of my retirement because it was just important for me to have our family all together, for our forever homes and farms. And so we've done that, and we actually go to closing tomorrow for the land, for the building loan. So we've invested over $1.5 million in this 20 acres that's attached to this, conditional use property. And, sitting on your porch and having that commercial business there with all the things that Tim and Jackie just went over, and this volume of trucks coming and going is not the vision that we moved here for. We thought this was a rural agricultural zone area that the county would protect us from, especially some kind of commercial business, right in our backyard. My daughter has a 5-year-old little girl and another girl that's to be delivered in November. And this is going to be their home. And this land is sitting right in their backyard, right next to them. We have a lot of concerns about the quality of life, for our families. The noise that everyone's talking about, on our farm that's on Burnt Hill, which is just across the street from all of this. We have horses, and our pasture runs right along Burnt Hill Road. And my older granddaughter was riding her horse it was 2020, right after the pandemic sort of started. And these big trucks start coming in. They start rolling down Burnt Hill Road, take a left onto Price's Distillery. It makes a lot of noise, and they startled her horse, which actually threw her. And this is a very even-tempered horse that had never thrown her before. We had to call 911. She had to go to the hospital. This is that is not the situation we planned, for our quality of life. The other thing that's of concern, besides the property, value loss, I don't know if we find this not able to have good quality of life with this commercial business right next to us, then if they wanted to, if we want to sell the property, I don't think anybody's going to want to buy 20 acres with commercial business like this right in your backyard, right next to touching your property. And so we'd have a loss in the value that we've invested, as well as quality of life. And then there's the risk. This is a rural road. I personally cross the street my family and I to walk the trails in the park. That was part of what was so attractive to us when we purchased, our property on Burn Hill, and now the second property on Price's Distillery, is we could, walk those trails, but you have to walk the street down and across to get there. And there is increased volume of traffic up that road, these big trucks. Which for pedestrians as well as the bicyclers, we have a lot of bicycles, not motorcycles, but bicycles that they come up and down, our roads because they are rustic and beautiful. And, what sort of hazards adding more trucks to what we already have, that will impact. So, I'm very concerned. I really appreciated when the Emerald Landscaping folks tried to open that commercial business right across the street from me then, that you didn't allow it. And I'm very much hoping that for the life of my family, my grandchildren, we're long-term vested in this area. We're leaving our farm to our son, and we just purchased, like I said, over $1.5 million to build and develop a home for my daughter and her family on that 20-acre lot on Price's Distillery that connects to this property. So I hope when you make your decision, you really take into account the impact it will have on the families here. And thank you.
Thank you. Now we have a couple of folks here. Karen Ryan.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Karen Ryan, my husband Jim and I live at 25602 Burnt Hill Road in Clarksburg. Our property doesn't actually border Chipingo, but our neighbor's horse field is between us and that property, and we are approximately in front of the barn, and we can see the road coming in there. We are disturbed by the noise associated with the business from time to time. Chipingo Tree Care has been in operation for over 1.5 years. Neighbors have already complained about the dumping of tree waste. I would like to address the traffic that it causes on our narrow country roads. Chipingo is located on one of the county's rustic roads. Montgomery County's rustic roads are described as historic and scenic roadways that reflect the agricultural character and rural origins of the country. Although very picturesque, rustic roads are in general narrow, hilly, blind curves, driveways, minimal shoulders, and significant potential for accidents. Burnt Hill Road is a rustic road and has clearly posted weight limits for through vehicles, less than 10,000 gross vehicle weight rating, as well as 2 bridges with weight limitations. The bridge nearest to Chipingo is limited to less than 30,000 pounds for gross combination weight, which is the value specified by the manufacturer as the maximum loaded weight of the truck plus the trailer or chipper being towed. The application claims that they have 12 trucks under 26,000 pounds in weight and 3 trucks over 26,000 pounds in weight. It was not specified in the application whether these figures related to the curb weight or the GVWR, but the business owners own 7 large wood chippers, and these are often towed to their jobs by their trucks. Although the weight prohibitions for Burnt Hill Road are clearly posted, Chipingo trucks towing chippers routinely drive on Burnt Hill Road and cross the 30,000 GCW bridge. It is my belief that many of those trucks with their chippers in tow, loaded with tree waste as well as with employees, exceed both the 10,000-pound through traffic prohibition as well as the 30,000-pound GCW bridge limitation. The bridge portion of the road is one of the narrowest, most dangerous parts of Burnt Hill Road. The travel lane is actually 8 feet wide on each lane over the bridge. My husband measured it. A fatal accident occurred there in that area a few years ago. I have met Chipingo trucks on Burnt Hill Road twice, once near the narrow bridge, once near the vineyard. The trucks were over the center line of the road because the road is not wide enough to handle them. If I were in a larger vehicle and unable to move to the edge of the road, these encounters could have had accidents. In addition to weight prohibitions on Burnt Hill Road, there are weight or other prohibitions on many of the road near Chipingo's location. Kingstead Road, Purdom Road, Mountain View Road And Road 355, although I've been notified that that may be no longer because of the new bridge. But these weight prohibitions are for traffic over 10,000 pounds GVWR, and in Frederick County, a portion of Lewisdale Road, which runs up to Price's Distillery Road and does not have any limitations on it, but it's way too narrow for even big pickup trucks to go down. There's also weight limitations on Route 75, which prohibits trucks greater than 102 inches wide and 48 feet long for 5 miles from the intersection with Route 355. So there's not a lot of roads for them to really be able to travel down legally. The Price's Distillery Road has many farms, and it is not unusual to occasionally encounter farm traffic moving slowly on the road. The local residents understand and expect these hazards during specific times of the year. This is an area that is not appropriate for a business like Chipingo's that requires large trucks to navigate daily on roads that were not built for commercial activity. In addition to my traffic safety concerns, the Chipingo application indicates the hours of operation will be 6 a.m. to 6:30 p.m. From our observations, work has continued past 6:30 on numerous occasions. For example, the one time that I noted it specifically so that I could put it in here, on 6/16/22 at 7 p.m., there was loud talking and laughing on the site. A truck with chipper arrived at 7:26 p.m. and a dump truck at 7:32 p.m. The application states that there is no water or septic facilities on the site. It seems like that may have been corrected, but I'm still concerned with how the workers deal with lack of facilities. Because of the impact on the local traffic, potential for accidents and road damage, as well as for environmental concerns related to effects felt by the local residents and farms, I ask that the conditional use application be denied. Thank you.
Thank you. Leslie Savelle.
Good afternoon, Chairman Anderson and Commissioners. Thank you for providing me with this opportunity to speak. My name is Leslie Saville. I'm a Silver Spring resident and an emeritus member of the Rustic Roads Advisory Committee. I support the staff and advisory committee's recommendation that this application be denied. As the staff report notes, this application is not consistent with the Rustic Roads Functional Master Plan. It fails to preserve 2 legally protected significant features, a view from Rustic Price's Distillery Road and a concrete bridge on Rustic Burnt Hill Road. As the staff report also notes, the property fails to meet adequate public facility requirements due to the lack of a well and septic system. Based on 2004 to 2008 testing done by a previous owner, it seems unlikely that future septic testing will succeed. I have additional zoning concerns. This property is an unplatted parcel in the AR zone with no TDR. I don't know how it could be platted for this commercial use given the lack of a TDR and poor prospects for septic approval. The applicant seeks to skirt this issue by reusing an agricultural building that was constructed without a building permit. These unique characteristics of the location impacting 2 rustic roads in the site having no septic or TDR are non-inherent to the proposed use, and as such, any one of them is sufficient for a denial. I have additional concerns regarding the non-compliance with existing permitting processes. Number 1, there's no use or occupancy permit application in DPS's records. Can one be granted for a commercial use on an unplatted parcel? Number 2, no sediment and erosion control permit appears for the over 8,000 square foot disturbance created by the driveway expansion. Number 3, fuel storage tank permits do not appear. Number 4, temporary use permits for a porta potty do not appear. Number 5, fence permits do not appear. And number 6, fire code compliance permits are pending the outcome of these hearings. There have been other landscape contractor applications along rustic roads during my tenure on the Rustic Roads Advisory Committee. On Rustic Weishi Road, an application was withdrawn after a denial by the Planning Board due to a lack of well and septic. On Rustic Peach Tree Road, an application was denied on appeal, but in the interim, the applicant was required to provide bathroom access to workers after a neighbor provided the planning board with photographs of human waste left along the shared property line. And on Rustic Burnt Hill Road, an application was withdrawn when multiple incompatibilities were pointed out to the applicant and the planning board. This applicant seeks forgiveness for establishing his tree service on this second site on the second AR property on a second rustic road. Two groups of unrelated neighbors from this site and the previous one asked for the committee's assistance in dealing with the early and late hours, 7-day-a-week noise, tree removals, enormous brush and wood chip piles, stormwater runoff, and overall defiance of known county requirements. The application does not meet the requirements to grant a conditional use approval. Any attempts by staff or the board to establish conditions of approval to allow this use to continue are likely to result in further violations, with county agencies being forced into fruitless attempts at compliance. I ask the board to support the staff recommendation and deny this application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You know, I don't want to cut any other board members off, but it seems like, to cut to the chase here, there's two issues that I think are kind of the jugular vein of approval or denial of this application. The first is the presence of toilet, and second is the issue with the driveway and the rustic roads advisory committee's recommendations about the driveway. So unless another board member has something else they want to get into in depth, I mean, I can relate to what you're saying about you think these people are bad actors and they've done all these terrible things, but we're not the land use police. Like, we approve or deny an application, and DPS gets the privilege of enforcing it unless it's a forest conservation issue, as you know. So, with that said, could you focus on those two issues, please, and just tell us whatever you have to say about those things? Oh, you need to pull it, get it closer.
Yep. Sean Hughes from Miller and Canby. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I definitely would like to focus on those two issues. That is our plan. But I'd also like a little indulgence from the board, if I could, just to step back a little bit. So I can try to
really, I'd really rather you not step back, because I really think those are it. That's going to be the ball game. So the less stepping back and giving us a lot of backstory, the better, really.
Okay, you're the chairman. I'm going to follow your direction. I just would like to at least have some visuals up while I do some of the talking on those topics.
Yeah, that's fine. But I mean, really, that's it. I really don't want to hear about what happened before the application. That's just not.
I understand, sir, and I agree with you. What I just want to say, and then I will hit on those two topics, is just that big believer in visuals, and I think some visuals here while I'm talking might give a good picture of what's really out there. So yes, on those two topics, and I know it's late in the day. I know you guys have been here all day. We've been waiting. I also appreciate your indulgence last time, because I had an injury and you were kind enough to allow us to move forward in this type of fashion. So thank you for that. So I did supply on the adequate public facilities and bathroom a memo. It's in your packet. I know, I'm not sure if you all have had a chance to dig into it, so I'll try to hit on the high points of that. It's dated March 7th. And so our position on adequate public facilities is a few. First of all, we believe that there's such a minimal use of the property that a bathroom is not needed here. We do have a corporate office, which I can show you pictures, which is close by. This is not a situation where people hang around here during the day. They come in the morning, they leave, they come back at the end of the day. The management, my client, who also owns the property, occasionally will come back during the day, but he's at his corporate office half the day and he's out in the field half the day. So it's not a situation where we need an office here, we need a bathroom here. Minimum number of staff, we asked for 25. That's with some growth. Pretty modest for. This is also a tree care company, which falls under landscape contracting, but there's a lot less moving parts with a tree company. There's no deliveries here, there's no customers here, we don't have product coming on, we don't need to move product around on the property. It is a minimal number of trucks, I will also say. We hear big trucks. My client can talk to this, but I know we're on a short time period here, but what we have essentially is 3 pickup trucks that leave, he and his 2 managers who are in sales. We typically have 4 crews that go out with 3 or 4 people in moderate-sized trucks. And then we typically have 1 big truck that goes out. His brother is right now the only one who can drive one of their 2 big trucks. Could go up to 2 big trucks. So we're talking about 8 or 9 trucks a day. That's what we're talking about. Pretty minimal for this type of operation. And so our view is this would not be unprecedented for a conditional use not to have a bathroom on site. In fact, I can cite you several. There's public facility ones that come through Washington Gas and Pepco, where they have facilities. They're not there all day, all the time. They don't have them. I have reports I can cite where the hearing examiner said, we looked at it. It's really not an issue. They don't really need them. Same goes true for cell tower cases. Those are conditional uses, and they don't have facilities on site. They come there occasionally, maybe a little bit more than we do here, but not a lot. We also are citing in the memo OSHA, which we think is the strongest reason. OSHA has policy out there, guidance on there, which this state has adopted with 29 others, follows OSHA. OSHA says if you have a mobile workforce, and this falls under the definition of mobile workforce, where you go to different properties on a regular basis. You're not going to the same job site for weeks or months at a time. If you have facilities that you can drive to within 10 minutes, it's sufficient. We have a map that we can, here's the visual I wanted to show you a little bit of the property. And if we have time, I'll let Mr. Sakarik talk a little bit, but I know you want me to be brief. But we also have a map that shows where all the bathrooms are within 10 minutes. We have 3 towns with multiple bathrooms within 10 minutes.
Well, hang on.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Mills, my understanding is that the use standards for this application require bathroom facilities on site. Is that correct? Under our zoning code?
Yes, that is correct.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see.
What section would that be, Mr. Mills?
I don't know off the top of my head, but I bet I could find it.
There's not a section.
Well,
adequate public facilities has to be reviewed by the hearing examiner.
I don't think it's relevant what OSHA says, because the county is entitled to impose its own regulations in this area. It's not just a question of what's unsafe, it's a question of what is conducive to creating a orderly.
And I will tell you, you have absolute authority to determine adequate public facilities, of which sanitary sewer is a part. And that is unquestionably part of the code.
Yes, that can be reviewed, and the hearing examiner has ultimate decision on that. Yes, you can advise on that, absolutely.
All right, keep going.
Okay. So we believe OSHA does have some credence, and there's also at least two park facilities with temporary porta pots, permanent temporary porta pots within 3 miles. There are a lot of businesses that are mobile workforces that have these challenges, including workers who work for the government who have to travel around and do inspections all day. There are people who work in deliveries. There are people who are in sales. There are people who come and pick up our trash, school bus drivers. All these folks have to deal with finding locations and times to use restrooms. This is very similar to that. John, do you want to add anything on the adequate public facilities topic?
No, I would agree. Again, the exhibits on there, this is John Sakarik. I'm a land use planner and landscape architect with Stantec. The exhibit that you have on there shows, again, back to we do think that the OSHA standards are applicable because of the mobile workforce nature of this particular use. And so restrooms within 10 minutes is what's necessary for a mobile workforce. We readily identified 7 of them within that 10-minute drive. And because of the nature of the use, where you've got these, the workers who come in the morning and leave quickly, And there's nobody there during the course of the day.
Let's put the OSHA thing aside for a second. Can the staff put up the provision again? I think we had found it and the exact language so the board can see what we're talking about.
If you want to switch over to staff's computer. The section of the findings that we're looking at are the conditional use standards, the general conditional use standards. While this might not be applicable to a permitted use, under conditional use standards, this finding is, will be served by adequate public facilities, public services and facilities, including schools, police, fire protection, water, sanitary sewer, public roads, storm drains, and other public facilities. And staff could not make that finding under the conditional use standards that it provided sanitary sewer service, or in this case, it would be septic sewer service.
And we are making the case that sanitary sewer service is not necessary for this, as a public facility for this use, similar to schools is not necessary.
Okay, I think we understand your argument. What about the driveway?
Mr. Chairman, can I just give you a few cases real quick, case numbers that I've referenced?
Well, you know, that's not really going to be helpful to us right now. I mean, look, I understand your argument, and I think maybe we have authority, given that it's not perhaps totally airtight based on the text of the code, that if we decided that the need for using a toilet on the site is so minimal that I guess I could get there. I'm not saying that the argument's persuasive. I'm saying that I think, yeah, okay, maybe, conceivably. But, I mean, the question of the board is, when you have 25 people on the site on a daily basis, is that really appropriate? And I think we have ample discretion to decide it's not. Certainly, I think that much is clear to me. But I hear what you're saying.
Yes, sir.
What do you have to say about the
We'll
driveway?
move on. Driveway, you want to start with that, John? The driveway?
Sure. So this relates to the master plan conformance. As indicated in the staff report, that the application is in conformance with the recommendations of the 1995 Damascus Master Plan. Regarding the 1996 Rustic Roads Functional Master Plan, let me read very quickly a snip from that in its purpose statement. The Rustic Roads designation is not intended to affect the use of adjoining land except in design of access to subdivision. It's also not intended to prevent needed improvements to adjoining land uses or to the roads and bridges themselves. So regarding the access, this, what's being displayed now is a current photograph of the driveway to the subject property. You'll note it's very similar to the photograph indicated on the face of the staff report. I'll just quickly go through some. These are other driveways within the immediate neighborhood. This is just down the street.
Could you just clarify how the driveway's been widened? Is that how wide is the driveway now?
When they added millings to the driveway, they put 2 lanes on. It was 1 lane in each direction on either side of the telephone pole. So while they were putting the millings down, they made 2 lanes on one side. So that's 20 feet width between the pole and the edge of the millings. And it does flare out. If we're fortunate enough to get this application approved, we've got concurrence with the fire marshal, Department of Fire and Rescue, that this side of the driveway, the right side of the pole, could be removed, and so that the existing driveway can be substantially reduced in its width.
How wide would the flare be?
I think the most current approval from the fire marshal, I believe, says 35 feet, which is the minimum they would allow. So we did make it too big based upon misunderstanding with the fire marshal's approval based upon that telephone pole. But then we went back after hearing from the Rustic Roads and other, we talked to the fire marshal, and we were able to understand and get this concession so that it can go down. If we're approved, it will go down to the 35 feet, which is what they said could be the minimum there, which would be a lot less than a lot of the other driveways out that way.
I would propose that the existing driveway is not out of character with other driveways in the immediate neighborhood. Similar materials, we'll call it a rustic character to other driveways. And again, these are in the immediate neighborhood. This is, just a few hundred feet north on Price's Distillery Road, for example. Again, another one of those pesky telephone poles in the middle.
I have a question. Mr. Hughes, you said 8 trucks, but you're applying for 18.
So typically about I think I put in my statement of justification, roughly 60-some, 70% go out per day. Sometimes some are sitting on site, not being used, or some of them are having to go elsewhere to get service. So typically we would have 8 or 9 trucks right now going out.
But you're asking for,
yes.
Your application requests 18
Yes,
trucks.
we have 15 right now. We were asking for growth. If this planning board was willing to recommend approval, we would be willing to concede some reductions to 15 trucks total, and also go down to 22 staff instead of 25.
Well, the other issue, though, is the bridges and the weight of the trucks. So,
Yeah.
I mean, if the bridges are,
Could I address that,
please.
Chairman? Yeah, so again, one thing that we think is real important is the landscape case that occurred just around the corner a few years ago. The staff report did extensive analysis on the Rustic Roads conceptual master plan and said it was in compliance. That had 60 staff members. That had over 20 trucks. That was on 4 acres. We're on
Okay,
30,
well, I was here. I
33
remember what
acres.
happened, and the reason that was deferred was because we found the staff analysis was grossly deficient. And it related to, it wasn't honestly, I think, so much the rustic character, but it was the traffic, it was the sight lines, there was a bunch of issues so, I mean, we pretty much rejected the staff's analysis out of hand. That's why that case was deferred. Because we said, look, the staff really did not adequately address these issues. We didn't have confidence in the staff's proposed findings, but we didn't feel that we had a basis to say there's no way this would work, so we deferred it, and they never came back.
Well, okay, and that was a much larger operation in this one, much larger, but.
Right, and we didn't approve it, is the point.
Right, and they had a condition there to address the bridges, though, the bridge situation, and that condition, I think, was number 8, and that would be adequate to address this as well. It would allow the
Well, okay, but what I'm saying is we specifically found that staff's analysis didn't cut it. So it doesn't matter what the staff said in an application that was never approved.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I would respectfully disagree. Unless you're saying you threw the whole staff report out. I mean,
Yeah, I was here. I know exactly what happened.
Well, there's a lot of work in that staff report, and a lot of it
It
quite good.
To be blunt, it was not very well done. And that's why it became clear in the middle of the hearing that we were not going to approve it, because we thought the staff analysis was poorly supported. And we said, go back and do some more work, come back if you can sort it out. And they didn't.
Okay, well, we think this is a much different application. This is on 32 acres, 3 acres in the middle, 1,000 feet off the road, and it has almost 1/3 the number of staff members. These are allowed out in this zone. These are allowed out in this area. And if you're going to say they can't go anywhere, then that's against what the county council has said. These are permitted out there with a conditional use. This one does meet the criteria.
I don't think that's what we would need to say to reject this application. What we would need to say is, number 1, you need a toilet, and number 2, or in the alternative, you need to comply with the Rustic Roads standards, which include making sure you don't have heavy trucks on bridges that can't support it, that are necessary to maintain the rustic character of the roadway. And part B of that would be also narrow the driveway.
So is the county then looking to condition that large snow plows and school buses and other things can come out on these rustic roads? Because
That's
our
a
trucks are much
completely
smaller.
different issue. We are talking about not a use that is required by the government for the good of the public. We are talking about a conditional use. A conditional use is not a permitted use. A conditional use is something that is only allowed if it is consistent with the conditional use criteria.
Right.
It is completely different than a school bus or a road plow or a public use of some sort. Public uses are needed for the public good.
Yeah, just because you say we need a school bus because children need to go to public school does not mean you have to allow everybody to drive a truck the size of a school bus down the road. That doesn't follow logically.
That's the other thing.
I'm sorry, regarding the weight-restricted bridge, however, the school bus, the trash trucks, all that, all perfectly necessary for the operation of the county. Just need to find another route. And in a condition of approval for this application, that any trucks that exceed the weight would not go across that bridge is perfectly acceptable to the applicant.
There's two routes there, sir.
There's
To and
plenty,
from.
yeah, there are alternative routes. It doesn't preclude any landscape contracting use in this area because of the existence of a weight-restricted truck. We are perfectly willing to accept a condition of approval that all trucks will find an alternative route, and there are a lot of other alternative routes. It is unnecessary for the larger trucks to go across that bridge.
All right, well, I guess my view on this is I think you need a toilet on the site. Think you need a septic field. And beyond that, I would say if the hearing examiner wants to go further and you can find a way to provide sanitary sewer service or a septic served toilet as opposed to a porta potty, then my thought would be that the hearing examiner ought to consider carefully whether or not the operations of this use are consistent with preserving the rustic character of the road. I'm not saying that whatever the Rustic Road Advisory Committee said is on stone tablets and should be followed with strictly to the letter just because they said so, but I think they should be given some weight. And I think you should have to persuade the hearing examiner that both the bridges, in light of the truck traffic, and the driveway, in light of the character of the road, are consistent with the Rustic Roads master plan. I'm not sure that can be achieved. I'm not prepared to say it definitively can't. I do think, though, that as long as you can't figure out a place for people to go to the bathroom, that's, as far as I'm concerned, that's a deal breaker. That's my take.
How far is
Anyone
your corporate office that you mentioned that you could use as a bathroom stop?
It's in Urbana, which is just a few miles north in Frederick County. I can get exact, is it 3 miles or 4 miles? It's a few miles north. I don't know exact distance.
I mean, I'm kind of leaning towards what the chair said. I mean, I feel like you're giving us a lot of other options. I mean, with regards to going on different routes so you can avoid the bridges that we're talking about. And, how is that going to be enforced and what is that going to look like? And, are you always going to go on that route? I mean, there are going to be a lot of questions that are associated with it. So I'm going to support the chair on this one as well.
All right, so I'm going to take it a different way. We are here to make a recommendation to the hearing examiner. We don't make the final decision, okay? So with that, my recommendation would be, and I'll see what the board says, is that based on the following, because you're applying for, I hear what you're saying, Mr. Hughes, but when you say, well, we won't use that many, or we can make other accommodations. Based on what you've applied for, we're talking 25 employees, and we're talking 18 trucks, many of them very large. Based on the history of use, where the driveway was expanded without permission, where we have heard testimony that the trucks have been driving on multiple on the bridge, and based on the fact, so based on the testimony we've heard, and based on the extent of the use that you're suggesting, and the concerns that have been raised with regard to many of the activities on the site, I would strongly recommend to the hearing examiner a denial of this conditional use. It is not appropriate at this location.
Mr. Chairman, just two things, or three things, actually. Mr. Penn did mention at the beginning of his report the non-inherent adverse effects, and I know they haven't been discussed much, but they have been mentioned if you're going towards a recommendation of denial: noise, debris, all that kind of thing. Also, I think what has not been discussed today, but I think is incumbent when you're analyzing a situation like this, I do think the evidence has demonstrated, at least made a prima facie case that this fails the Schultz v. Pritz test, which is the basic Maryland test for conditional uses, or as special exceptions as they used to be called. And it basically says that you have to demonstrate that what you're asking to do would not be any worse at the site you're asking to do it than it would be anywhere else. If that makes sense. If it does, I realize that's a very lawyerly thing, so if I can explain it a bit further if you want. And finally, the OSHA standards are irrelevant, as has already been pointed out. Those are a floor set by the federal government of what employers have to do. They have no bearing on your discretion to find APF. So
Yeah.
I'll answer any questions.
Well, I tell you what, I don't think Carol is wrong about any of this. In fact, I agree with it pretty much 100%. But I guess I prefer to rest the decision on, rather than the sort of generalized non-inherent effects standard, as Matt was saying, but rather to rely primarily on the finding that there should be a toilet on the site that's either on septic or on public water and sewer. And until they can do that, I just think that that's not. I think we can safely find that there are not adequate public facilities to serve the site. Moreover, it may wind up being the same thing in terms of impact on this site as opposed to somewhere else, but I think I feel more comfortable relying on the more specific theory that heavy truck traffic on those bridges is going to be in tension with the ability to maintain the character of the rustic roads, and in combination with the configuration of the driveway, that may fit into the box you're talking about at a more generalized concept of, that this is an impact that would not be true in every location. But my preference is to lean on the more specific legal bases. That's kind of where I'm coming from, and I like to also kind of avoid relying on testimony about who's done what to who before this, even if it is evidence that perhaps there's a reason to think the applicant won't comply with a condition, just because I think that's hard for us to get into that sort of those kind of findings about what people's future behavior might be. But I think it is fair to say that it's difficult to understand how a condition could be crafted to make sure the truck traffic isn't going over the spots where the bridges might be structurally compromised, because who knows how you could possibly enforce that, even if it were physically, theoretically possible to route the trucks in some other direction. So not imputing any bad faith or future inappropriate behavior by the applicant, it still seems like a stretch to think that anybody could monitor that or do anything about it if there were, in the event that there wasn't compliance. So that's kind of my take.
Yeah, I'd also like to understand how the TDR impact the fact that this property is not supposed to be developable because there are no TDRs remaining. That was raised by one of the, as part of the testimony. I would recommend that the hearing examiner look into that as whether or not that's appropriate.
Yeah. Okay, so that's kind of the joint Rubin Anderson proposal, I guess, to how to address to the hearing examiner, but you can go to the hearing examiner and see if you get a different answer from them.
So do we need a motion for this, or?
Please.
So can I make a motion to incorporate both Chairman Anderson's comments and Commissioner Rubin's? And is there a second?
And I second that as denial.
Yes. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you all very much for coming.
Thank you.
Chair, before we move along, there is still the option of the Forest Conservation Plan, which has a condition that it's only valid if it's pending an approval of the conditional use. If there's a
Yeah, I
motion
mean,
on
I
that.
took that to mean we're going to adopt the staff's recommendations except as otherwise, which I took it to mean that you were saying that the modification of the forest conservation easement is approvable.
It is approval, but we need a
Assuming
motion
all the rest
and a
of it.
vote on it.
So I make a motion consistent with staff's recommendation on that, on the forest conservation plan.
And I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That's approved. Thanks.